not make contact, did not make full contact, and there was some excitement around behind the wicket. So this is the end of the second over. It is. So we can see the skipper here he's as as Raja again, he prepares to come into bowl to the left-handed. So Raja has his hands on his hands akimbo as he comes in now to bowl the start of his second over, the third over. This one is just outside the off stump. It is through to the wicketkeeper, and I think Raja is using that line. He's trying to get to bowl within that line of to get to bowl within the corridor of uncertainty, because the left-handed batsman they come. But there we see Raja again into bowl. He bowled again. This one is a lifter. It wasn't all that. It was hit into the ground, but the batsman he went to play the pull shot, and then he pulled out of it, and it went through to the wicketkeeper. So the score moves on to 9 with a loss. This is the third over. Raja is in his second, so he should. So let's see how he deals with this. I believe the wicket is giving him some assistance, and he is trying to use the bounce and the pace of the wicket to have the batsman easy. This one wasn't well directed. It was sprayed outside the off stump, forcing the wicketkeeper to go flat to his right, dive to his right to really bring off a save. So this over by Raja isn't all that tight as the first one we saw from him, and he is still searching for his line and his length. But let's see what happens again as he comes in the bowls to the batsman. This one is out. Oh, a lifter down the leg side. The batsman made contact. It goes down to fine leg, and they come through for the second run. So it is the wicket is offering some assistance. It has some juice into it, and you can see the batsman really trying to get across to it. It hit it hit more off on the glove and went down to fine leg, and they crossed for two runs there. So the score moves on to now to 10, 11 according to my calculation. 11 with a loss as Raja comes in again to bowl today. This one is a goodish delivery right up there, right up in the black hole, forcing Charles to come forward, the left-handed Charles to come forward, and just push this one off from his toes. So Raja, this is a good delivery. He responded well after that one that went down the leg side. This one he really it was well directed, and Charles was made to keep quiet in this one. Raja comes in again into both to Charles, and Charles flick at this one. Let's see if it comes off the tie, the pad, or the tie, but it seemed like if this could be the end of the over, or it is the end of the over, as the batsmen they have a short conference. Charles went down to meet his captain, or Edwards went down to talk to Charles, and so there it is. 3 overs gone, and the Windwards they have survived so far. They haven't been the opening pair of Theo Edwards and Luvio Charles. They have not been separated as yet, and I think the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers they will be looking to really change things and have things to bring things around in favor of the local team. But up at the side screen end, we see Fonile bowling again. This one is down the leg side, forcing the keeper to go to make the save. He didn't collected the ball cleanly, and it went to the man who is standing at first slip, which is Lal is the keeper, and you can see Kent is standing at first slip, number 3 on his back, but funny into both to Tobago. Very good delivery indeed. This one was of a good length, rising outside the off stump, and you had the batsman squaring up indeed. Lucky to have not gotten a touchdown to it, and it went through to the keeper Lal. So you can see Fonile is improving in this over, having spread it around in the opening over, but this one he seemed to be getting it right in this over as Fonile comes into to okay. So the score is now 11 without loss, and this is the fourth over. You can see it's 3.3 overs have been bowled. T.O. Edwards is on 7, and Rovio Charles, he's on 4. As Ronaldo Fonile into both the Charles again, and there is some excitement among the slip coordinates and with the keeper, and with they're seeing some things in which we are not totally seeing here, but as you can see, the batsmen are doing some gardening. They're trying to get this to get whatever is lifted there from the wicket. So we see again Fonile into bowl to it will swing this one around. This one moves down to a long leg, and they should get a single from this one. As you see, just as you said that Fonile was getting it right, he seemed to put this one a bit short, and Edwards just helped it along to long leg for a single. The score moves on to 12 without loss. The toss, TNT on the 17s, they won the toss and they asked the opposition into bat. So here comes Fonile again into bowl to Charles, and Charles is right behind this one. Very compact indeed, very correct indeed. As the end of the over, the score remains at 12 without loss. The Windwards, having been asked to have first strike, they are moving along very quietly indeed. This is the fourth over. The score is now 12 without loss. The opening batsman, Charles, is on. Lovio Charles is on 4, and T.O. Edwards, he is on 8. He's on 8 from 14 deliveries, and Charles, he's on 4 from 10 deliveries. So they have started, I will say, quite solidly indeed, and quite. As we see, Adrian Ratcher he will continue his spell from the pavilion end from the pavilion end. Ratcher indeed. In case you are now joining us, TNT captain won the toss and then stated the win was first strike, and Ratcher comes in again to bowl to Edwards, and this one he just pushed this one here to a short to the pointers region, the point, and they go for a quick single, very quick single indeed. Point is a bit, so here we go again. This is Ratcher has in his two. This is his third over. He's yet to pick a pepper, and has 5 runs. A good delivery indeed. This one was lifted going down the leg, and Lal, the keeper, he came across and really took it well. It was well played there by the opening batsman there by Edwards, and he seemed to have a good eye when it comes to picking up that delivery and getting in line of those lifters that's going down the leg side. As Raja comes in again, he steams in and bowl, and this one is driving and missing, and it goes to the keeper. Didn't get his right leg out to the ball as it's supposed to be if he's playing that expansive cover drive or extra cover drive, but the ball went through to the wicketkeeper. This one was of a quickish delivery from Adrian Raja. As we see once more, Raja comes in again. Bowl. This is a goodish delivery again, and he's asking. He has asked the question there. There's some delayed appeal from the batsman, from the fielders behind the batsman, but Adrian Raja was confident indeed, and he went up quite early, but the umpire was unresponsive and didn't show interest in the question in which he was asking. So as you can see, Adrian Raja comes in again to bowl. This one is a good delivery right there, and you can see the batsman coming right forward, making sure that he has everything behind it, and he's as solid as a rock. This is how opening batsman, the score moves on to 13 without loss, and we are in the 5th over as Raja again comes in to bowl. Good one. This one is rising again, and Edwards just comes right forward and strokes it straight to the middle, the end of the over, as we see. So the story of the display so far is that the Windwards, they have been asked to have first strike, 13 without loss in the 5th over. The openers, Lovio Charles, he's on 4, and Theo Edwards, he is on 9. So it is quite an intriguing battle developing here. The Windwards are attempting to really have a solid start, and the TNT under 17 opening bowlers are looking to seed them. This is a good delivery again from Fonile. This is a good delivery right up there, just on or outside the off stump, just getting it, forcing the batsman to play. And you have Edwards coming right forward. Edwards, the right-handed batsman, the captain. Okay. So thank you so much. My stint is okay. Well, all right. So as we continue with the commentary here, I will be joined by Mr. Bishram Pramasa just now. Within a few minutes, he will be taking up commentary, and he'll be joining me, and we'll be conversing as this game unfolds. But if you're now joining us at this time, the Windies, they have been asked to bat. The score is now 13 without loss in the 6th over. The batsman taking strike is the captain himself, Theo Edwards. He's on 9, and you have Lovio Charles. He is the left-handed man. He's on 4. So, as we await the entrance of Mr. Pramasa, it is a lovely day indeed for this type of cricket. The sun seemed to have gone behind the clouds a little, as funnily he misses his run. The umpire calls it a dead ball, and the bowler has to go right back to his mark to really start to come back in for his second delivery of his third over. So nice having you, my friend.
Yeah. Good morning, Astel. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to the National Cricket Centre. We have a contest on here this morning. The openers have started well.
Oh yes, the openers have started well indeed, very solid indeed. But I think the under 17, the Trinidad and Tobago under 17 opening bowlers, they were not too tight in some of their deliveries. I believe they could have asked a little more questions from the batsmen, but they are getting it right uh, with the length and line at least to unseat these batsmen. As Edwards coming right forward again from this one from Fonile. Fonile is keeping a very tight line. It seems like if he has found the length and line that he wants to do, and if I am reading him right, I think he will continue for a little while because he's really he has gotten to the point where he's understanding exactly what has to be done on this wicket. Isn't all that he's just medium fast or medium, and the umpire just hold him up a little until he turns and comes in again. Fonile comes in to bowl to Edwards, and Edwards is pushing this one, uh, but with some heavy weight indeed, and it goes to the man short at mid-on. This is the end of the over. The score remains at 13 with a loss of the sixth over. So what do you make of the opening session so far?
Yeah,
At least
it's been competitive, as you said. The Trinidad bowlers were a bit erratic at the beginning. A couple loose balls that were dispatched by the openers, and more so by Theo Edward. But they've slowly found their lines and their lengths, and the accuracy is coming along. I mean, at this age, it takes a little more time for them to get into the rhythm of things. But it's a slow but very steady start here by the Windward batters, and they would look to maximize the opportunity, batting first on a pretty good wicket.
oh yes, the wicket looks a pretty good batting wicket, but I can also see that Aiden Racha has been able to really extract some life or get some bounce from this wicket because he's a tall man as he comes in again to bowl to it was Joseph Charles is playing Charles is playing this expansive drive, didn't make contact, it went through to the wicketkeeper, and there's a short conversation between Racha here as he comes back to his mark, the umpire, and so he will be seeking to really make full use of his height on a wicket that I believe is giving him some help, some assistance. So it becomes again and the bowl to
Much better,
Charles.
much better by Charles actually. I mean, for me, I would like to see them bat with a lot of patience and time. I mean, they've been given the opportunity to play two-day cricket in a test match format, so it's all about spending a lot of time at the crease. And the ball before he did play a very expansive shot, but I mean, it's very early in your innings. Just give yourself as much opportunity and time at the crease, because there's only one place you can score runs, and that's in the middle.
Correct. Yes, as Racha comes in again to bowl the Charles, and this one there's a lot of people caught behind, and let's see if the umpire will respond in the positive or in the negative. But
Here's the replay.
here's the replay. Let's see what actually happened there as Racha hammers this one down. Charles went for it. He went for the pull shot, but the ball hit him, as we can see,
Seems
more on the or the forearm, or yes, and it went from the forearm onto his chest. So that's why Racha thought he had his man. The umpire was there. He's looking, and the replay shows clearly that the ball hit the top of his forearm onto his chest and he went through to the wicketkeeper last. So I believe Racha might feel a bit because fast bowlers always think that they have a wicket when something so close happen, but he goes back to his mark. Not all that, not disappointed, but he knows he has to come and fight. And there's another day of action indeed. As Ratcher, he started off but stopped. As he comes in again to bowl to Charles, and he's bowls to Charles, and Charles pushes this one, flicks this one off his leg down to square leg, and they go through for a comfortable single indeed. This is the fourth over from Aidan Ratcher, so he might be might be feeling a bit undone, because he thought he had Charles in that previous two deliveries, but here comes Ratcher again in the bowl. This time this one a good delivery indeed. This one a quicker one. It was short, had the batsman at least hop in there. This is the type of delivery when you have a wicket that is giving you some assistance, and I think Ratcher is doing exact. Look at it indeed on the replay. A very good shortest delivery. You might call it a bouncer. It is quite good, quite a sharp one indeed. And Ratcher is really bending his back, trying to get an early breakthrough. This one climbed through to the keeper. A very good delivery indeed.
It's been a very impressive spell by Aidan. I mean, it's extremely hot conditions here. The temperatures are well in excess of 30 degrees. And he's bending his back. He's charging in from the sudden end and trying to get the most out of this wicket. And he's been very economical as well. None for 6 off his 4 overs. Accurate with a couple short balls, so he's definitely exerting a lot of energy.
It's true, because I mean, and he's quite a tall man, because and it seemed like if the wicket, whatever you put in, you will get out of it, and he knows that, he realizes that, and he decided to use the short ball to his advantage. So at the other end, you have Fonele, who has been plugging away indeed, keeping a tight link and line. Only now and then he may put one down the leg side or put one wide outside the off stump, but he has been plugging away indeed in hot conditions. Yeah. And we lost the sun for maybe a couple of minutes, but it is brilliant sunshine down here at Vancouver, and you have these two youngsters putting out their best indeed. This one from Edwards, this one from Charles. Charles has steered this one down to third man, and they go through for a comfortable single. The score moves on to 15 without loss in the 8th over.
It's very surprising to me to see the amount of bounce that we're seeing here on this NCC wicket. It's a very worn wicket. A lot of cricket have been played here in the earlier months. But the ground staff has done extremely good work for us to have a wicket with bounce and pace.
Yes, indeed. As Fonele comes in again, both this one is short. This again this one is pulled around, but he didn't quite make the kind of contact he wanted to make. That is Edwards, and it went down to the man at square leg, deep square leg or fine leg, just for a single. I thought if he had made contact, it would have gone a little squarer and would have hit the fence. He would have been given 3 more runs if he had made clean contact with that delivery. But we go again. Charles is the man, the left-handed man. He's facing up to Fonele, and Fonele, a good delivery. Charles comes right forward and pushes this one back to the bowler. The bowler picks up, and he's making this long track back to his bowling mark. The score is on 16 without loss. Windwards have been sent into our first strike, and they have been going along very steadily indeed. Fonele comes in again to bowl to Charles, and Charles allowed this one, not too wide outside the off stump, but he allowed this one to go through to the wicketkeeper, and the wicketkeeper allowed.
Presiding is Mr. Joseph. He's from Antigua, and at square leg we have Mr. Willoughby.
All right, those are the two men who have been given the responsibility to dictate what happens during this game. As we see again, Funele, this one is not a well-directed delivery. It was wide outside the off stump, and Charles doing the best thing, allowing it to go through to the wicketkeeper. So at the end of the over, the end of that spell from Funele, the score moves on to 16 without loss. Lovio Charles, he moves on to 6. And T.O. Edwards, his captain, he goes on. He's on 10. So there's a... So
I still am very pleased to see the start here by Windward batters, these young men, digging deep and getting, and giving themselves an opportunity to bat long. I mean, they have been faced with some very competitive bowling. The guys have been charging in and, extracting a lot of bounce, but they haven't thrown away their wicket. They continue to bat, and hopefully, for the majority of games, we've seen some low scores. We did see a couple impressive innings, one by Joshua Branch from Barbados, Zachary Carter also from Barbados, and there was another impressive knock by the Guyanese captain, Jonathan Van Lang. So it's important that we see the batters.
As we see here, Racha, the start of his fifth over. This one is right up to the batsman. Didn't do much, but he just came forward and pushes it right back to the bowler. So we have Charles and Edwards, the two opening batsmen. One is a left-hander, and one is also the right-hander. As Racha comes in again to bowl his over. This one is short. This one is short again. Racha is trying to really use the short deliveries to his advantage. And if you can see here on the replay, he's really putting it, hammering the ball in onto the turf wicket, hoping that something will come out of it. And Edwards, well, he didn't look too comfortable, but there was no harm done or no damage done as Racha comes in again to bowl to Edwards. And Edwards this one is he let's see what happened there. He went for the square cut, or he went to push it. The ball hit the outside edge and went down to third slip, or the Gully Fields one, and there's no run. So at least Racha is trying his best. He's bending his back. He's trying to extract life from this wicket, and he's trying to use the bounce in his wicket to best of his advantage. As Racha comes in again to Edwards, and Edwards flicks at this one. Let's see if it comes up the tie pad or the pad, and it goes down to long leg. There's no signal from the umpire, so it came off the bat. Yes, it came off the bat indeed. So Edwards moves on to 11. The score is 17 without loss. And I assume, if I'm seeing it, this could be the Racha's final over, because he has been going for a while now. This is his fifth over, and he's trying to leave it, to pick up a wicket indeed. And this one from the left-handed Charles he's trying to pull this one around. The ball, it cannons into the pad, and the fieldsman retrieved the ball. As the ball makes his way back to the bowler, Adrian Racha. Comes in again. Racha bowls, comes in the bowler. Charles. This one is a good issue. Charles had to play without much backlift. He just pushes this one from right there straight to the man at short cover and or squarish cover, and there's no run indeed. This is the end of Racha's fifth over. He's 0 for 7. Hasn't done too bad in 5 overs, and we see the emergency fieldsman went onto the field with maybe a pair of gloves and some other apparatus to make sure that they are all comfortable, that the fieldsmen or the batters are comfortable, and we have the It could be a change of bowling. Let's see if there's a change of bowling. No, there's the same. That's Fonile.
Yes.
Fonile, yes, yes. He's a man who he will continue in this spell. He has been having not a bad spell, but he has had it has been a bit indifferent at times.
Yes. Ca-
Yeah,
Captain Buru has given his pieces, extended spell, both of them, and hoping to get a breakthrough here. I mean, after putting in the team, winning the toss and putting in Windwards, they would have expecting to get a couple early wickets. That hasn't been the case.
Oh
But
yes, indeed. That hasn't been the case indeed. And you can see here, Fonile coming very close to the outside edge. Edwards himself was beaten and beaten. He was squared up with that delivery. But fortunately for him, and unfortunately for Fonile, the ball went through to the wicketkeeper without touching, making contact with the bat. So there we see again, Fonile comes in again to bowl. And this one is pulled along. He went for the pull shot. He played too early, and instead of that delivery being dispatched on the square leg to square leg, it went back. You could say back to almost to the bowler, and the umpire had to get out of the way because it seemed like if the batsman he played a bit too early, expecting the ball to come to him much more quicker as Edwards face up to Fonile. That's why he squares up indeed, but he still managed to push it to square leg, and the man from mid off he runs right around before the man on the square on the square leg fence on the square leg boundary or backward square boundary could come.
two things I've observed so far in the innings is that the fielding by the Trinidad team has been pretty impressive. Darius Budu Singh at Gully was stopping about a certain boundary earlier, and also the running between the wickets. I would like to see a little more intent by the batters. They just jogged across for the single previously. It's important that they try and maximize as much runs as you can get, by showing a little more intent.
Oh yes, indeed. And that delivery, there we saw Charles attempting to square cut, didn't make contact, and it went through to the wicketkeeper Lal. But Fonile again is really testing the batsmen, probing at them, trying to get that edge and looking for that all-important breakthrough. The score moves on to 18 without loss and this is the 10th over. As Charles again comes right across and pushes this one to the man at short cover, and there's no run. The score moves on. The score stays on at 18 without loss. Ronaldo Fonile has been bowling at this is his fifth over, and it has been hot conditions, steamy conditions, and as mentioned before, both opening bowlers have been given extensive spells. So there we see Ronaldo again, Fonile putting this one wide outside the off stump, and the batsman showed no interest in as it went through to the wicketkeeper. So after the first hour's play, is it an hour you could say?
It's 40 minutes, but due to the conditions, with the umpires have taken it upon themselves to decide that you should take water, especially these young kids. The conditions are hot, humid, so in the best interest of the kids, making sure that they remain hydrated during the course of the day, because it's a lot of cricket that they've been playing throughout this tournament. We have the 50 over version of the under 17 regional competition to start on Sunday. So I mean, it's very important, their health and their well-being. We do want them playing at their best.
Oh yes, indeed, and I mean, and this is a developmental stage of their career. This is on the 17 tournament where you unearth talent, where you spot talent, and where you will nurture that talent to really get them to go on and maybe become senior West Indian players.
Agreed.
You need to have you need to look at them and really take care of these youngsters, because we are seeing some good talent here.
Most definitely, and we know that we have some selectors around us, so these young men will also feel the pressure of performing. But at this point in time, it's about being given the opportunity, and they are given the opportunity at a very high level, and it's about just doing the best that they can, and preparation is very important. We see the coaching staff putting a lot of work and time into these players, along with the respective boards. It all bodes well for West Indies cricket.
Oh yes, indeed. I mean, that is what is required because I mean, West Indies cricket, we are not world beaters. We are not on top of the world, but at least in your nursery and the developmental stages, you can have players coming through. So if you look at a plan, maybe a 4-year plan, these youngsters at under 17, some of them will be about 20, 21, 23, 24 around there. They will be ready for to challenge for a position on their senior national teams
Agreed.
and go on to become West Indian players. As you can see, they are all. I particularly I like what I saw of Aiden and Ratcha. I liked his approach. I mean, as he grows older and he puts on a little more size, he can become he can bowl a little faster than that. But I like his approach. He realizes that the wicket has something in it, and he's hitting that ball hard into the turf to get that to have the batsman uncomfortable. That is why fast bowlers are wrong. Fast bowlers are always there to really make sure that the opening batsmen are very uncomfortable.
Yeah, and he demonstrated a lot of control as well. So again, so we may have a bowling change now from the sudden end.
Oh yes, let's see. I see this. Is that the skipper? They're talking with or maybe he's giving Racha one more over. And sometimes when you give your fast bowlers or your bowler one more over, that is the over in which he picks up a wicket. So there we see Racha again comes in to bowl after the drinks break. Good delivery indeed, straight. But you have the batsman coming right forward, tight in defense, and that ball came back to the skipper, who is standing close to his fast bowler. He's shining the ball, trying to get as much shine on one side of the ball to get some movement for his fast bowler. Racha comes in again and bowls to Edwards.
Very good patience being demonstrated here by these openers, Theo Edward and Luvio Charles. And it's important. It's important, especially at this point in time, being put into bat, to go there and lay a platform for your more stroke makers to come later on.
Yeah, because it is, as you mentioned, it is so important to lay that foundation, to wear down the fast bowlers and wait until the slow one comes on. And this one was right up there as Charles went for, he played the on drive, but wasn't too in control of it. But the ball happens, still reaches the boundary. So it means that the outfield is still is a bit on the quick side, and Edwards, well, the skipper, he was falling over as he played that shot, but he got enough bat onto it that raced past the mid-wicket fieldsman and got to the boundary. So it's now moves on to the score moves on to 22 with a loss as Raja racing again to bowl to Edwards.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
A magnificent off drive.
Correct.
A very classy there by Theo Edwards. And that's 4 more to him. So the one before was a bit unorthodox but effective, and this one he's just oozing class, coming and pressing onto the front foot and driving it elegantly through mid-off for 4.
Oh yes, indeed, and that was right up there. That was what he wanted. It was up there in the slot, and as he came forward, he gave it the full treatment, the full swing of the bat. The left foot came right to the pitch of the ball, and there was a full swing of the bat, and he knew exactly where he wanted to put it, and he was in control. So 2 boundaries and 2 deliveries. So it's now 26 without loss, and Edwards moves on to 20, and Charles is on 6. As Racha comes in to bowl to skipper Edwards, he bowls again to Edwards. Edwards, this one is down the leg side. The keeper makes a somersault trying to stop it. Let's see if he got the bat into it. No, it goes. There's no bat onto this one. So it's 3 consecutive boundaries, 2 off the bat, and one of the tripod, or of
Tie
the
card.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
one of the tripod, and that went for 4 extras.
The runs definitely has started the flow here just after the water break. So
Yes.
it's important that the batters continue. I mean, it shows the importance of spending time at the crease now that Theo Edwards have spent over 40 minutes at the crease. He's seeing the ball bigger and he's been able to dispatch a few of the loose ones from Racha.
Oh yes, that Russia comes in again, the ball to Edwards. And this one is right there, and Edwards showing the patience, coming right forward and playing this one down to mid-off as the skipper picks up and sends it back up to his wicketkeeper.
An expensive over by Racha.
Yes,
So
indeed.
maybe his last, maybe one over too many for the young quickie.
Yes, maybe because we just after the break we saw a discussion between the skipper and Ratcher. Maybe he was telling him maybe this is this is the last one I'm gonna give you, and that turned out to be a very expensive over indeed. 12, 13 runs coming off it, 3 boundaries, well, 2 off the bat and 1 off the tie pad, and a single. So the score is now 30 without loss. Charles is on 6, and the skipper, Theo Edwards, he's on 20.
He's looked very impressive, Theo Edwards, leading
Yes.
from the front.
Exactly. And we see Charles now facing up to Fonilia. But this one is push. To me, I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but to me, like as Fonilia is running in a little fast, a little more with a little more urgency. The first couple of overs, he was very relaxed. This time, he's really coming in. He's really hitting the ground hard, and he pushes this one wide outside the off stump. Charles came forward and allowed it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Skipper may have mentioned that this may have been his last, so give it everything that you have.
Could be that, yeah, because as he comes in again, as Fonile comes in the ball to Charles, the left-handed Charles, and Charles is right across this one. Looks very good in defense at times, and there's no run there as the ball is sent from the widest mid-off to via from him to the fast bowler Fonile. So Fonile was ready to go, but Charles wasn't all that ready. As there we see now Charles facing up to Fonile. This one is just outside the off stump again. It's lifting a little, but Charles wouldn't have nothing to do with it. He allowed it to go, and that went through to Lal.
Astel, it's so pleasing to the eye to see the patience being shown here by Luvio Charles.
Yes, indeed. I mean, and this is what when coaches, when you at this age and coaches see that you are showing the level of maturity, allowing these abilities to go. The coaches they feel very pleased indeed at this delivery from Fonile. It was one in which Charles attempted to play the square drive, missed, and he went through to the wicket.
Commentator's Chris.
To the wicketkeeper. Just as you mentioned,
Yeah.
that you said that he was showing the patience and showing what is required. It happens. So once more again, Fonile into bowl to Charles, and Charles shoulder arms this one, lifting outside the off stump. The keeper Lal comes around and takes it. The score remains at 30 without loss from this is the 12th over.
We've been blessed with some excellent weather. There was a bit of rainfall after lunch yesterday, but ground staff has done a very impressive work.
Oh, yes, indeed. As Fonile comes in again to bowl to Charles. Charles is right behind this one. Typical left-handers forward defensive. He got behind it and pushes it straight back along to the man, to the fieldsman. As this is the end of the over, the end of Fonile, who has bowled 6 overs, and he has conceded just 11 runs. So the score moves on to 30 without loss. And I believe the openers may be thinking, well, we have done pretty good so far. We can continue to press on. And we have a change in bowling as you predicted, because Racha seemed to be his last over, he conceded 13 runs from that, and at least he was coming to the end of his spell, because he bowled a good spell. When you look at all things, the type of wicket isn't all that isn't all that difficult to bat on, and the hot conditions. So we see a change of bowling. The off spinner comes on, which is Mr. Aaron Bassan. Bassan comes in there. He doesn't have a long run. He isn't a tall man, but he just pushes his second delivery there, trying to keep things quiet, having things quiet indeed, as Basant again. So there's a change as we predicted, as Basant, the off spinner, comes in, bowls, and this one from Edwards. Edwards went back on the back foot, and he hammered this one through the cover region for 4 runs there. This one was short, and it asked for the treatment, and Edwards gave it the treatment. So he's beginning to kind of come out of his shell. He realizes that they have done the hard work. They have gone past at least 40 to 45 minutes, close to an hour, and it's time that they have a move on it. The score moves on now to 34 without loss, and Edwards moves on to 24.
What's more impressive about the shot was the gap finding. You know, it's a packed offside field, and yet he was able to find the gap and reap the rewards of it.
Yes, indeed, as Bassan comes in again, and Edwards backs away from this one and played a big shot indeed, realizing that the fieldsman was a bit deep. They decided that they're going to go for a quick single. Was it 2 or 1?
Just one.
Just one, yeah.
Again, you could probably do a bit of work with the running between the wickets.
Yes, indeed, and these things has to be drilled day in, day out. That if you look at the Australians and you look at the English players, they run the first one very hard indeed. So in case there's any follow up, they can complete the second one quite comfortable. And I think these youngsters, they will fall into that pattern very shortly, because they seem to be quite keen indeed. This was Bassan's last over, as he bowled this one to Charles. Charles very quietly indeed pushes it back along the wicket. And the end of the first over from the off spinner Aaron Bassan, the score moves on to 35. Just 35 from just 5 runs from that over, as 35 without loss. Charles is on 6, and Edwards, the captain, is on 25. Charles seemed to be the man who is holding an end and keeping things steady at one end, and Edwards, he is making every use of his scoring opportunities. So there seemed to be a double change, as the man coming on from this end is Jordan Mohammed. So Jordan Mohammed, is he a wrist spinner or what is? Let me see. He's left hand orthodox here. So there is the right-handed Bassan from the pavilion end, and there's the left-hand orthodox of Jordan Mohammed from the other end. That first delivery from Jordan Mohammed did bounce a little, but did no damage, as the keeper Lal takes it up easily. As Mohammed again bowls, tossed up this one very, very gentle indeed, and Edwards comes right forward to it.
A lot of air.
Yeah.
Very full. Theo spotted really well. Hope he continues.
Correct, and I believe but something, because he plays a nice drive there from Mohammed. This one was just outside the off stump, and he came forward and with a full swing of the bat, but he wasn't able to beat the fieldsman, who's a short cover, and there's no run. As Jordan Mohammed again comes in the bowl to Edwards, and Edwards went for that big shot indeed. Let's see if he made contact. Maybe he made contact or not, but he went for that big shot. It is a bye, so he missed the ball completely, the ball missed the wicket, and also the keeper, it eluded the keeper and came first down for
Very,
a single.
a very loose shot there by Theo Edward. He doesn't want to throw away his start. He worked so hard to be at the crease at this point in time, and he's been putting away the bad ones. Um, Mohammed has, a lot of loop on the ball, and his eyes would have lit up with that one, but he needs to, just remember how he has scored these runs by being patient and playing each ball on its merit.
Okay, yes, indeed, and that one from Mohammed to Charles as they went for they went for the single, and Charles just played this quick cut, but it didn't brought him any runs. And Mohammed into both to Charles once more. This one outside the off time, and he played a late dab, some may call it a dab, or some may call it a late cut, but he put it way past the slip region. It came, and they went through for that single. So the score continues to push on at 38 without loss as Charles moves on to 8, and the skipper Theo Edwards, he's on 25. He has faced 45 deliveries so far, plus Charles has faced 39. But they have really put together a decent, a good opening partnership from which the Windwards can build from.
Most definitely. And it's important that they continue, not lose patience, but continue to bat and give themselves every opportunity, because we have selectors at present at the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain. These guys vying for a spot for the Under-19 World Cup, which will be held in 2026.
Oh yes, as we see, Bassan comes into bowl to Edwards once more, and Edwards makes some room for himself and bang this one straight back to
His batting partner.
Yes, it's back along the wicket, and the ball cannon into his batting partner Charles. Charles was hit, and the senior give the umpire realizes what is going on, and he has asked for some assistance, for some medical assistance from the pavilion, but we seem to have no one coming out as yet. Or was he? Was he asking for help?
Luvio decided that he'll demonstrate his strength, a man's man, and said that no physio required.
Okay, no physio required. Indeed, he's showing a lot of brave qualities there, as Adrian Bassan into bowl to Edwards. Edwards come right forward and indeed pushes this one gentle to the mid off position, and there's no run. It's Bassan again into bowl to Edwards. Sure, the backs up. There's a lot of appeal for leg before, and that is the first wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Edwards went back onto his back foot. He missed, and the ball cannon into his path. Let's have a look at it on the replay here. Edwards, Bassan comes in here. Edwards went back, missed the ball, and there was a loud appeal, and the umpire raised his hand very promptly as Edwards makes his way back to the pavilion. So the score moves on to 38 for 1. Edwards is the man. Leg before to Aaron Bassan for 25.
It's a very good line that Aaron is bowling, and taking the outside edge, well taken by Lal. Theo probably expecting a little more turn, and that one just drifting on with the arm, taking the outside edge, and very, very well taken by Christopher Lal behind the wicket.
Oh, so I thought it was a leg before decision, but it wasn't. Let's have a look and see again. As you mentioned, the ball just drift. Yes. Yes, indeed. It was an appeal for a caught behind, and the umpire responded very, very quickly indeed. And Aaron Bassan, that one didn't come back into him, but it drifted away from the right hander, hit the edge, and the keeper made no mistake. So that's the end. That's the first wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 17th, as they made the breakthrough. The score is now 38 for 1 in the 15th over.
A very good start by Theo Edwards, but he'll be disappointed not to carry on. Replacing him now is the senior Fontaine, batting at number 3 for the Windward Islands.
Oh yes, indeed, and let's see what he will do. Mr. Fontaine will do against Adrian Bassan. As good delivery again from Bassan. Bassan seemed to be he has a very casual approach, but it seemed to be he is getting some bounce from the service. Up he comes again. Good delivery right up to Mr. Fontaine. And Fontaine is on the back foot, pushes this one back along the wicket. Adrian Bassan seems to be enjoying himself now in this over, having picked up a wicket in this over. He tosses one right up. And Fontaine comes right forward and smothers the ball, pushes it back along the wicket. Bassan picks up, and that's the end of the over. The end of the 15th over. The score moves on to 38 for 1. The new batsman Fontaine is yet to get off the mark, while Luvio Charles, he's on 8. The man who goes there is the captain who went in this over, caught behind for a well-played 25.
Very impressive over there by Aaron Basant. Showing a lot of control, accuracy, bowling the ball just on and off, outside the off stump, and finding the edge of Theo Edward in that over and getting the breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, as we can see now, Jordan Mohammed continues his spell from the side screen end as Mohammed comes in and bowls to Charles. This one is outside the off stump, and Charles just stretches forward, didn't make contact, the ball went through to the wicketkeeper Lal.
We have one slip in place.
Let's see what happens with this delivery. And Charles hammers this one and well stopped. A good feeling indeed. This one was traveling with some power, and you have the man at short cover.
That's Captain Budu.
Yeah,
Brilliant work there by Captain Budu.
Exactly, because had that gone past him, it would have given the man on the sweeper, who is widest there, it would have given him some problems. So excellent work indeed from the skipper. He's leading from the front. He's showing the rest of his teammates what has to be done in the field to keep things quiet. As Mohammed comes in again to bowl to Charles. Goes to Charles, and Charles goes to the big one again.
Oh.
And this one. And again.
A chance goes a begging.
Yes, this one was hit with some power, and the skipper Bodo came across, got his hands to it, but it went down. But it was a difficult, a well-struck, difficult chance indeed. But, as they say, catches must be taken, despite how difficult some of them come your way.
It was hit ferociously, but he would have been disappointed with that effort. He would have expected to take it. Captain Budu has very high standards.
Exactly, indeed, and it was a tough one and hit with a great deal of power, and Charles seemed to be a man who can hit the ball with some power. As Mohammed comes in again to bowl to Charles, Charles pushes right forward again. It goes to the man right in front of him, and there's no run. So a chance went down in this over, but the score it remains on 38 for 1. As the Windwards, having been asked to bat by the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, they made a slow but steady start, only losing 1 wicket so far in the 16th over. So his 16 overs have gone so far. The score is now 38 for 1, and the man continuing his spell here, who was rewarded with 1 wicket, that is Aaron Bassan. As Bassan once more into bowl to Fontaine. Fontaine is the new batsman at the wicket, isn't he? Yes. He's the new batsman at the wicket. He's yet to open his account, and let's see how he copes with the spin of Adrian Bassan. Good delivery indeed, right up in the block hole, not giving him too much room or even too much flight for him to come down the wicket. So it is a well-controlled delivery so far. As Bassan once more into bowl to Fontaine on the back foot, stroking this one to the short, to the man at short cover, and there's no run. Bassett once more again. Bowls the Fontaine outside the off stump. He backs away and allow this one to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Trinidad and Tobago spinners creating chances here this morning.
As Bassett once more, this is another delivery that Fontaine chose to play on the back foot. It wasn't all that short, but he went on the back foot looking to at least to ease the tension. As Bassett bowls this one fully of a full sling, and Fontaine comes right forward, and it stays right there. That's the end of the over. A nice over indeed.
Another excellent over by Iran Basant. He continues to show a lot of accuracy, and that's important. It's very important to have control. That's what Captain Buru is looking for as well. After the Windwards, started off well, a very good opening partnership, but losing Captain Edwards, and now the Windwards will look to rebuild. Fontaine and Charles at the wicket.
Yes, indeed, Fontaine and Charles. Charles is still there. Has scored 8 so far from 45 deliveries, and he's facing up to Jordan Mohammed. Mohammed comes in, both to Charles. This one is right there. Charles attempted to just to keep it out, and that delivery almost went back onto his stumps. But let's see again. Mohammed to Charles. Becomes both to Charles. Charles is pushing this one again to the man at point, and there's no run.
Both spinners exerting minimal energy in their approach to the wicket, but have demonstrated good control.
Yes, indeed, good control, and that is what the skipper must have asked of them, and they're doing exactly that. This one, Charles attempted a big square cut to cut. I don't know if he thought he had made contact, but the ball went through to the keeper, and Lal took off the bails one time, showing his keenness and sharpness behind the wicket. So Mohammed once more into bowl to Charles. And Charles attempted a big one, and this one could go all the way to the fence. Yes, it does. This one was tossed up, and Charles, his eyes opened up, realizing that it is a tossed-up delivery. He went for it and hit it to the boundary. Yeah, the cover boundary, just over. Just a nice shot indeed. He got there, and he gave it the full treatment of the bat. So he moves on to now to 12, and the score is 42 for 1 in the 18th over. As Mohammed bowling to Charles, he moves, and Charles attempted a big drive indeed. Mohammed moved from around the wicket.
May have been another chance. The Captain Buru may have just dropped short. We'll look at the replay shortly.
Let's see.
But it was a very difficult opportunity.
As Mohammed once more bowls to Charles, and Charles coming right forward indeed, and killing whatever spin, killing whatever danger it is, pushes this one there. And that's the end of the over. The Windwards having been sent into bat, they are 42 for 1. And we have the sun with us at this time again. But we just lost the sun for about 2 or 3 minutes in the opening session. So these youngsters, they've been having the full brunt of the heat, and they know what it is like, because cricket is love to be played in hot sunshine. As we see now, the batsmen having a talk with the umpires. At least I don't know if something is wrong with Fontaine, or that Charles seemed to be maybe something is wrong. Maybe I saw him swinging his left leg, maybe, and now he's walking off along with the two umpires, and it seemed like if they have signaled for the medical for the physio to come on.
can see the disappointment in Luvio.
Yes.
He would have given himself a really good opportunity to bat as much time as possible, and you can see that he may not be able to continue.
Correct here, because he's coming off. Maybe he's coming in to have some medication, to have the leg, because it seems to be his left leg is giving him some trouble, because he's walking. He's not walking fluidly.
He's walking alongside physio
Yeah.
Karen Hines,
Correct.
and we wish the young man a speedy recovery.
Yes. Let's hope that he goes in and they'll be able to get him back out when that time is necessary. So the score is now 42 for 1. Charles is leaving the playing area, because he seemed to have come down with some injury. Could it be cramps? Could it be a muscle problem? But we will find out for you and tell you exactly what's happening.
Luvio Charles retiring hurt, so therefore it brings another new batter to the crease, Khan Elcock. So now there are two new batters at the crease, both men not yet off the mark. An opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago to try and make some inroads into this Windward Island batting lineup.
Oh yes, indeed. So the score moves on. The score is now on 42 for 1. You have Edwards is the man out. He was caught behind for 25 of the bowling of Aaron Bassant, and you have Luvio Charles leaving the field injured. But this one from Bassant to the new batsman in Khan Elcock. Elcock came forward. We don't know what if there's the umpire now signals that is leg by. So Khan came forward, and the ball eluded him and the keeper and went for a bye. So two new batsmen at the wicket, Elcock, Khan, and Fontaine.
Once again, we see the Windward Islands maintaining a left-right combination at the crease.
Yes, and this is so important sometimes when you to really disrupt the bowlers, so they will not be able to really settle into one Lincoln line. This one from Bassant, it went up to the batsman, and Khan just plays one gently. Second delivery, good delivery again from Bassant. This one, as Khan came forward, he was a hurried shot indeed. Came forward, the ball went to the man at short mid wicket. Bassant once more into bowl to Khan, and Khan moving on to the back foot and playing this one gently to the fieldsman, who picks up and retrieves the ball, and back to the bowler as Khan once more in to bowl, as Bassant once more to bowl to Khan. He played a nice straight drive indeed. This one, it looked so effortless. I thought it would have been just a 1 or 2, but he did. This one was hit, and he found the gap. He found the gap indeed as the ball came down the onside for 4 runs, as the umpire indicated to us that it was 4 runs for Elcock.
No better place than hitting the ball straight back down the ground, so all his gaps there. Very well played by Elcock, getting off the mark with a boundary. It was a loose delivery by Aaron Bassant.
Yes, that one was a bit loose, and Elcock made full use of it, hitting it straight back past him for 4. As this one indeed wasn't all that foolish, but it stood up to Elcock, and Elcock just pushes it straight to the fieldsman there standing at.
Aaron overcompensating with the full delivery before, now bringing down one short, but Elcock unable to find the gap on that occasion, hitting it straight to the short cover fielder. So we continue at the end of 19 overs, the Windward Islands 47 for 1. Fontaine not off the mark, Elcock on 4. The two new batters at the crease, with spin to continue on both ends.
Yes, as Jordan Mohammed continues on with his left arm orthodox, He's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Fontaine. Is that Fontaine? Yes, could be Fontaine. Oh, yeah, Fontaine. Comes in. This one is right up there. Push it. This was a well taken single indeed. Realizing that there wasn't much urgency among the fieldsmen, they went for a quick single, and that is what we were asking about early on today.
Much better running between the wickets.
Good running between the wickets indeed. Realizing that the fieldsman wasn't all that urgent, and they went for it. So this brings the left-handed Khan Elcock to face the bowling of Jordan Mohammed, who goes over the wicket indeed, and Khan went to the big expansive straight drive. This one he didn't make all that foolish contact, but the umpire went off had to scramble out of the way, and so too did the bowler, but he held on to it, and so it is. As Mohammed once more into bowl, and this one's a full toss, and he gave the full. I just high, and this could be a good catch. Yes, indeed, he's out.
It's beautifully judged there at long on. A full delivery, a full toss actually being smashed down the ground, but unable to go all the way. And long on, you could see the concern in the batter's eyes, and very, very well taken there in long on. The young man just keeping his eyes on the ball as well as looking at the boundary rope and judging it to perfection. Very, very well taken there.
Oh yes, I mean he had he was aware that where he was standing was close to the boundary, and he took it, make sure that it was a clean catch, and there we see again. So Khan Elcock makes his way off the field. It was a full toss which he could have put anywhere, but he chose to put it down on the long leg boundary, straight down on the onside, and the man coming up with a catch there is, if I see correctly, it's now 48 for 2. So the spinners have gotten the breakthrough. Both wickets, one went to Basant from the pavilion end, and the other one is Jordan Mohammed. He picked up the wicket of Khan Elcock. So there you see, it's another drinks break, because these are steaming conditions, hot conditions indeed, and these are youngsters who are just under 17 who are still in that developmental process, and the score is now 48 for 2 in the 22 over. What do you make of this so far, my friend?
It's been a very good. It was an excellent start by the Windwards, but a good comeback here now by Trinidad and Tobago, getting 2 wickets in that session of 40 minutes just after the first water break, and now we have the second. So they'll be a lot more pleased with this, with the chances that they've created with the spin bowlers. Couple opportunities going a begging, but the others were taken. An excellent chance taken there at long on. So 48 for 2, the game is evenly poised.
Yes, and I think Khan will be rather disappointed indeed. He could have put that full toss anywhere, but he chose to go straight to the boundary on the onside, and the fieldsman down there brought out a magnificent catch, a really top class catch indeed, one which is second to none if you're looking at catches on the boundary indeed. So that's how things are unfolding here at the National Cricket Centre ground in Vancouver. The score is 48 for 2. The Windies have been asked to have first strike by the Trinidad skipper Bodo, and after a steady opening start from the Windwards, they have lost 2 quick wickets, and they are now 48 for 2. The skipper went for 25, and Charles had to retire hurt with his score on 12 or 30 or 12 around there. As we see, Mohammed continued his bowling spell. He's bowling to Fortune. Yeah. Mohammed once more. Into bowl to Fortune for Fontaine. And Fontaine hammers this one. Let's see what's happening down there as Fontaine is the man who really he put bat to ball on this occasion. Really hit this one hard indeed. Let's look at it on the replay. Fontaine, another full toss indeed, and this time there was a little mixed up there with the fieldsman, and the ball went into. Did it go into the boundary field? Did it? No, 52. The score moves on to 52 without loss, and Adrian Bassan has 1 for 4 from his spell so far, and we have Jonathan Daniel, and Ishino Fontaine on 1. So Daniel is the man who struck the boundary, and we have Bassant now coming back to continue his spell from the pavilion end. Bassant has been bowling tremendously well so far. Let's see, as there's a light aircraft making its way across across the playing field. Very nice shot from our camera person indeed, as he picked up that one there, as Aaron Bassant returns to, not in the air, but he's trying to outfox the batsman on the pitch. As Aaron Bassant once more into bowl to Fontaine. Keeping things very quiet indeed. Is Fontaine is Adrian Bassant, as Fontaine comes into the bowl. As Bassant comes into the bowl to Fontaine. Fontaine guide this one around, a semi-pull, semi-sweep one, and the batsman goes through for a single. So this takes Fontaine away from the strike, and going up to face up to Bassant is Daniel. Daniel, who's on 4, Fontaine is on 2. The score moves to 53 for 2 in the 21st over, as Aaron Bassant once more into bowling as a big attempted big shot indeed, trying to clear the fieldsman at short mid wicket. He made no contact. That is Daniel, and the ball went through to the keeper Lal, who took off the bails in a flash, but there was no damage was done. As Bassant once more into bowl. This one is stroked straight, sweetly indeed. Really nice the way in which the batsman stroked this one down. As Bassant once more into bowl. Outside the off stump, and Fontaine showing a lot of experience here, a lot of patience here as he allowed this one to go through to the keeper. The score moves on to 53 for 2. Fontaine, who came in at the fall of Kyle Elcock's wicket, he's on 4 and he's on 2. So let's see the scorecard. Yes, Charles retired hurt on 12. Okay. What's his name? Oh, okay. All right, yeah. Well, thank you so much. Okay, as we continue the battle on center field, joining me Joining me in the commentators booth will be Nisham Lalman. So Nishan, welcome to our commentary team here at Vancouver.
Good morning, Astel. Good morning to everyone. Certainly a good contest on hand. Couple of chances going to begging for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, indeed. We saw 2 chances going down, and after a steady start by the Windwards, the openers of Edwards and Charles, they did the hard work, but I was a bit disappointed that they did not press on, didn't carry on to. As Mohammed once more in to bowl this time to Daniel, and the skipper Bodo is forced to hit the ground once more, and he was the one who the 2 chances went a begging to. Difficult chances indeed, but as they say, you must hold on to them. As Mohammed once more into bowl to Daniel, and Daniel is coming right forward indeed, stretching, making full use of his height and size to get to the pitch of this one. As Mohammed comes in once more to bowl to Daniel, Daniel pushes this one again. He's coming forward again, showing no scoring intent, but he's coming forward to make sure that he keeps out the left-arm orthodox spin bowler in Jordan Mohammed. As Mohammed comes more to bowl to Daniel, and Daniel plays this one, he drives this one up to wide bit off.
I thought that Jordan Mohammed would have been the more accurate of the 2 spinners, I must say, this morning.
Oh yes, it's true. Indeed, I mean, Mohammed have been keeping a very tight line because he has this smooth, this easy way about him, this easy action as he completes his over there, and the score remains on 55 for 2. So Mohammed and Basan, they have been working, they have been bowling in tandem, and they have not been doing a bad job.
Yeah, definitely. Basan would have picked up the first wicket. Of course, Theo Edward, who you actually mentioned, would have done very well. I thought he would have been set for a big one this morning or into this afternoon. However, the spinners doing good work. Not being well assisted by the fielders. 3 chances going down, but that man Brendan Budu would have put down 2 of those. He's coming into the attack now, the skipper, and he's going to serve up his leg spin. He would have had 5 wickets in the last game, in the first innings.
All right, so let's see if where he let his team down in the field with the catching department, if he's going to make it up in the bowling department. As you say, is Brendan Bodo. He's the left arm spinner, leg spinner. So he first delivery right up to the man in Fontaine, and Fontaine comes right forward in for this one. Let's see if he can extract some life from this wicket. Up comes Bodo again, and Fontaine goes to the big expansive drive. Didn't make contact. The ball went through to the keeper, Lal. So at least Brendan Bodo, he is showing that his intent that he's going to take this ball up and have the batsman do what he would like, what they intend to do.
And Bodo is someone who normally pushes the ball through quickly. And you would learn quickly here that he needs to just vary his pace a bit.
Okay, as Bodo comes in again to bowl to Fontaine. This one is a good delivery. Fontaine comes right forward again. Good length, good line, and well directed as he pushes this one straight to the short mid-on.
I know still sometimes they say you have to give the leg spinners that room for a bit of tap early on as they look to settle in. But Bodo has certainly settled in quickly.
Correct, you're correct, and I'm sure. I mean, being the captain and want to create more inroads into this batting, he decided that he's going to take on the responsibility, and he will continue to press to pick up more wickets. But he has come to the end of his first over. The score is now 55 for 2 in the 23rd over. So Brandon Boodoo, it was just his a maiden over indeed. His first over was a maiden, so it's a good sign for the leg spinner, who is the Trinidad and Tobago captain. A good sign that he has started with a maiden. So it may augurs well in the future for him. So let's see as Jordan Mohammed comes in to bowl to Daniel. Daniel is right forward again. Pushes this one. This one, he didn't just kill it, but he pushes this right back. And the bowler picks up.
Must say commendations to the ground staff for producing a wonderful pitch. At least for now, it looks that way.
Oh yes, and it is so good as Mohammed bowled to Daniel. Daniel just comes forward. Wasn't too sure about that delivery, but Mohammed picks up himself as he comes in again to bowl to Daniel. Daniel drives up the wicket. He went for that drive with it, but didn't make full contact with it as the ball went to the widest to Medon, and they went through for a quick single. This takes the score to 56 for 2, and Daniel moves on to 5, and the man who comes into your frame now to face up to Mohammed will be Fontaine.
Yeah, and in the last couple of games here at the National Cricket Centre, we'd have seen the ball keeping a bit low early on, so hence I say it's a good deck prepared. No, we haven't seen that today that much. We saw Racha getting some nice carry through to the wicketkeeper Lal.
And this one from Mohammed, a goodish length, and Fontaine came right forward and pushes it back to the bowler. Another delivery again from Mohammed, and Fontaine is looking, he's in this attacking mode. He wants to go after the spinner because he doesn't want to be bogged down. But let's see how Mohammed copes with him. It's a nice flowing drive indeed from the batsman.
Excellent running as well, though, still.
Yes, indeed. Mohammed came across it. He partially stopped the ball, and the batsman went through for a comfortable single. It turned out to be a very comfortable single indeed. It could have been a tight one, but it turned out to be a very comfortable single indeed. So that's the end of the over for Mohammed. Mohammed has been going so far. He has 1 for 15 of 6 overs, and his smooth control action. He will be holding that end for quite a while to come. As we see now, the skipper Brendan Bodo, he has the ball in hand and he's waiting for the fieldsmen to pick up their positions, and the batsman is already waiting on him. So let's see what happened here. As Bodo again with his leg spin approaches the wicket and bowls.
I like the fact as well, though, that Bodo bringing himself in, realizing it's 2 right-handers, Mohammed on the other hand turning the ball away, and now Bodo as well offering that threat.
Okay, so this is a good delivery again from Bodo. It pitched just about on or off side the off stump, and they went through to the wicketkeeper. He's attempting to tempt the batsman there. Brendan Bodo again into bowl to popped up, he scored behind. Yes, he scored. Caught that slip. A good bounce indeed. The umpire didn't. The batsman to me started to walk, and then the celebration among the fieldsmen. The umpires no consult, and the batsman has been given out. Yep. Let's see what happens in this replay. Bodo comes in here, he bowls here. It popped up. Good catch indeed. A sharp one. The batsman didn't think that the ball carried, but the umpires consulted, and the finger was raised. So, making his way off the field is Mr. Fontaine. Is he the man that's up?
Daniel. Jonathan Daniel, it seems. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Jonathan Daniel is the man who was out. Fontaine is still there. Daniel was caught caught in the slip region. A good delivery indeed from the leg spinner. Pitch in there and it bounced a little. Daniel did not cope with it well. It went to in the slip region and it was taken there. It took a while before the umpire consulted to make sure that he was out, and so it is. Trinidad and Tobago, they have picked up their third wicket. The score is 57 for 3 off in the 25th over.
Well, that was excellent from Budu. What I noticed though, he was pitching the ball up, inviting the batsman to come forward, and that delivery, just pulling the leg back just a bit, and the batsman was in two minds whether to play back, whether to play forward. In the end, just playing back, pushing at it, and a good sharp catch taken by Batu Singh low down to his left boot.
Excellent catch indeed, excellent catch indeed. And these are the type of catches that the bowler will feel happy about. When you have your close-in fieldsmen bringing out sharp catches, that smart catches, it gives you that added incentive to play.
Yep.
But the new batsman at the wicket is Cody Grant. Is it Cody Grant?
Yep.
Yes, and Cody Grant is a tallish guy. And Brandon Bowler comes in to bowl to him again, and Grant comes right forward and pushes this one to the man at short, mid-off, very short indeed, as Bodo comes in again to bowl to Grant. Grant attempted a big sweep there. Bodo made some inquiries. The fieldsman went around, the keeper went up. Those around the wicket went up asking some questions of the umpire, but he did not respond, and it means that the batsman made contact, Grant made contact, and he got off the mark. So Grant, no, he did not get off the mark. As Bodo comes in again to bowl to him. I thought maybe they went for that sharp single, but they did not. And so the score remains on 58 for 3. Cody Grant, who is new at the wicket, he's yet to get off the mark. And Fontaine, who has been there for 20 deliveries, he is on 4. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss, and they asked the visitors, the Windwards, to have first strike. So Brandon Bodo is the man who picked up his first wicket.
Yeah, you can see those couple of wickets as well, lifting the spirits of the Trinidad unit as still. When they started this morning, bowlers are just a bit all over the place. It took time to settle Racha and Fornelia. You sense that the shoulders hanging just a bit. But now with those wickets, just lifting the spirits.
Exactly, it's true. I mean, and nothing like a sharp slip catch,
Yep.
which was just taken there to dismiss the batsman. It lifted the spirits of the fieldsman and the entire Trinidad and Tobago on the 17 team. As Jordan Mohammed continues his spell, he's in his seventh over, as he comes in now to bowl to Grant, and Grant swing this one down. It was a full toss, and it was given the full treatment down at the deep mid wicket or square leg fence. The batsman, the fieldsman, had to move around, and did he make? Let's see. Wow, it's a tremendous effort indeed.
Well, the ball actually went over the fence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
correct. He attempted to. A great attempt indeed from the fieldsman down there in Joseph Mendoza.
I like this from Trinidad and Tobago. 2 slips now. With those last couple of wickets, you're seeing 2 slips introduced for both spinners.
Yes, because at least the skipper realized that there's some help, there's something in this wicket for the spinners, as Mohammed comes in to bowl to Fontaine, or is that Cody Grant? This somewhere, I'll tell you, but in a while this looked like Fontaine. Yes, Mohammed comes in to bowl to Fontaine, drive this one straight back up on the wicket. But there's no run. The fields, the umpire was just making sure that all things are straight up. As Mohammed with his cool action again. This one is tossed up again. Fontaine came right forward there, trying to get it under full, but there is no. He wasn't able to make contact. As we see Mohammed comes in again to bowl. This was a good delivery. It popped on him. He withdrew the bat, and that one went through to the wicketkeeper, Lal. And that's the end of the over from Mohammed, who has been having a pretty good spell. This is his 7th over, 1 for 19. And the Windwards, they have moved on to 62 for 3 of 26 overs.
Was surprising in the last game, and Guyana, their spinner in Gulcharan Chulai, a left-arm orthodox spinner bowling from the northern end. He would have had 4 wickets in the first innings against Leeward Islands and 6 in the second, right here at the National Cricket Centre a couple of days ago. 10 wickets in the match.
Okay, so that must be that could be the reason. That could be playing on the minds of the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, who is who is on the attack right now with the leg spin, and he has Mohammed at the other end. So he must be thinking that that the spinners can do most of the damage for him. As this delivery from Bodo to Cody Grant. Grant came forward, pushes it back, pushes it straight to the man at short cover. And Bodo again into Bodo Grant. Grant is coming forward. This one of a flight a little more than the one before, but Grant didn't take the bait. He just came forward and pushes it back along the wicket. Bodo again, the ball to Grant. Grant backs away but misses it completely, and the keeper Lal comes up with it. Comes up with the ball, passes it on to his second slip, Friesman, and so it is. As Bodo comes in again, the bowl to Grant, and Grant this one, he pushes this one straight to the man at long off. Short long off, you could call it, and they went through and they scrambled through for a very quick single indeed. So this brings Fontaine on the strike. It's now 63 for 3 in the 27th over. And Bolo comes in again to bowl very gently indeed, and Fontaine just comes easily forward and pushes it to the Friesman at short mid-on. This is the end of the over. End of the 27 overs, the 27th over, as the win was at 63 for 3. Cody Grant is at the wicket. He's on 4, and Fontaine, he's on 5. So these are the two batsmen at the wicket. They have lost 3 wickets indeed, and they will be looking to really check whatever advantage that the Trinidad and Tobago team may want to take advantage of. But Mohammed continues his spell, left arm orthodox. He's bowling around the wicket. Bowl to Cody Grant. Cody Grant allowed this one to go. Allowed this. Oh, that's Fontaine indeed. Fontaine is the man, the short of the two. He allowed this one to go through to the keeper. As Mohammed again into bowl to Fontaine. And Fontaine comes up and pushes this one quickly indeed, and they scramble for a quick single as the ball went to the Friesman at wide mid off. So Cody Grant is the man coming into the strike. He will face up to Jordan Mohammed. Slight adjustment in the field from the skipper. He's trying to plug these holes and to cut down on those quick singles. Mohammed comes in, bowl to Grant, and Grant comes forward. You can see the intent on him as he saw this one give him a little more air, but he came forward trying to really put back the ball, but it dropped in him, and he just had to make sure that he kept it out of harm's way. As Mohammed again into bowl to Grant. This one, Grant came forward, hit the inside edge, and it went to backward short leg, and they went through for a single.
I think that was much better from Mohammed Astil. Last couple of deliveries, he was bowling a bit too full.
Yes, indeed. And I think he's also trying to vary. I mean, to outfox the batsman, to bring them down the wicket. But let's see how Frontin will cope with this one. A good drive indeed from Frontin, but the man at the widest cover there just makes an excellent stop, denying the batsmen of any run and denying the Windwards of progressing their total. So Mohammed once more into bowl to Frontin. Frontin's attempting to swing this one. Yes, what happens there? I at least we are going to see what happened there. Yeah, he's out caught. I mean, this one, I looked for the ball on the boundary side, but then I'm seeing the fieldsman celebrating, and the batsman making his way off the field. So, and that, he was all caught indeed. A lovely catch indeed from
Sarup.
Sarup, yeah. Sarup took a full-blooded hit from there from the batter, as the win was they slipped to 65 for 4 in the 28th over.
Yeah, another wicket at a crucial interval there for Trinidad and Tobago. But tell you what, that was a good sharp catch, as he said. He was close in there at short mid-wicket, and that could have gone anywhere. The batsman finding the fielder full toss served up.
Exactly, yes, it's true. A full toss served up, and it was given the treatment, but Sarup made it look so easy.
Well, anything either side of Sarup there, I would have raced away for 4. It was struck hard. Again, Mohammed being a bit too full, luckily getting the wicket. 2 full tosses picking up the wickets for him.
And that happens, and it happens when sometimes when the batsmen are in that frame of mind where they were kept in check, and then when those 2 full toss came, well, they decided, well, I mean, I have to make use of it, but they didn't really dispatch them as they supposed to, and it turned out to be their downfall. So the new batsman at the crease here is Jelani Joseph. Joseph replaces Cody Grant. Am I seeing correctly? Yes, indeed. No, he replaced Fontaine. Grant is still there. So Joseph is the man who Jelani Joseph, he's the man who the new batsman in, and Brendan Bodo is the bowler. Good delivery again. This one just on or outside the off stump. It went through to the wicketkeeper. They were
To close in fielders there in the square.
and I believe that is what Brendan Bull is banking on. Those close-in fieldsmen, when the batsman comes forward and he doesn't really cover the ball well, it may hit the edge, hit the pad, and maybe popped up, and the catch will be taken. So it is now 65 for 4, and the Trinidad and Tobago team will be looking to press on to at least pick up 2 more wickets before the lunch interval. Let's see. Good delivery again from Brandon Bodo, and the umpire is signaling to the batsman that maybe he has 1 delivery or 2 deliveries. But Jelani Joseph is the man who is facing there. Good shot indeed. A drive from Joseph, but it didn't bring the batsman any production. So here we go again. The pressure is really being applied on the new batsman, as Brendan Bodo comes in and bowls to him. This was outside the off stump. He allowed it to go. The keeper, Lal, did not take it cleanly, but his recovery was quite good. So the score moved 65 for 4 of 29 in the 29th over. 29 overs have gone so far, and the Windwards, they have progressed after being sent into bat at 65 for 4.
And just about 8 minutes to go until the. Well, just about 8 minutes to go until that luncheon interval, and Trinidad and Tobago looking to get one more if they can. And well, of course, you know, by then whose confidence would be up and who'll be on top heading into the luncheon interval. Right about now, I think it's safe to say it's Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, I believe this session, we can safely say, belongs to the host team, Trinidad and Tobago, because they have picked up 4 wickets for 65 runs. And with 8 minutes to go, at least we may get in about 2 or 3 overs. This one from Mohammed, there this one was a foolish delivery, which the batsman just steered straight between the mid-on and the straight mid wicket, and they went for a single. So Mohammed, indeed, the umpire is telling the batsman exactly where Mohammed is coming. He's coming left arm over the wicket.
Yeah, the Windward Islands at the start, they look good. Falling away now are still.
Yes, indeed. I mean, because, you see, that is what sometimes when the pressure is applied by the spinners and the batsmen, they consolidate it at the top, but they fail to press on. As Mohammed comes in again to bowl to Grant. Grant pushes the swarm. Good drive indeed. A nice flowing drive coming around to make the field is Jaden Kent who made a stop, and the batsman went around for 2 runs indeed. So after that, taking the score to 68 for 4 as Mohammed comes in again to bowl.
They're in dire need of a big partnership here, Windward Islands, to repair the innings.
Yes, and these two will be looking to go to lunch. At least they'll be looking to be there when lunch is taken and to come back out to restore the balance. But right now, everything seems to be tilted in favor of the Trinidad and Tobago under 17 team. As Mohammed comes more to bowl to Jelani Joseph. Joseph hurriedly pushes this one back to Mohammed. Joseph again, Mohammed again, up to Joseph. So just outside the off stump, he shoulder arms and allow it to go. And again, this one is taken by the keeper at the end of the over. The score remains on 69 for 4 in the 30th over.
Another thing I've noticed though this time about the Windward Islands batsmen, I thought they were a bit too tentative outside the off stump rather than playing positively. And they normally say if you're going, you go hard, and that's one. Number two, I've also noticed that they've been finding the fielders consistently are still.
Yeah, I think that you read it right. I mean, you have looked at it and your reading of what's happened to the batsmen, exactly that unfolded before us. As Brendan Bodo bowled his second delivery, this time to Joseph. And Joseph is right there. He meets it right there on the full. As you were saying, I think the batsmen were a bit too tentative outside the off stump. And this one, as Joseph came forward, he was beaten on all ends up. The keeper whipped up the bail indeed. There was question asked about where his back leg would have been, but the umpire just went to the wicket to make sure that all things are in place and no damage was done. So he's 69 for 4 in the 31st over.
Yeah, that just underscores the point that we were just making about the batsman playing loosely outside the off stump. There we see it again.
Exactly. They are showing that they're not too familiar of where their off stump is. And this is when you have good tight spin bowling. Good one indeed.
Sometimes all it takes as well are still just to find the gaps. Just a simple break of the wrist. Just a bit more, turn the wrist a bit more to access the gaps. But at the moment, look at that, just finding the fielders.
Correct. And well, I mean, if you were the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, then you would like that to unfold short before lunch. But I mean, the visitors, the Leewards, they have their problems and they're coping and they're trying to cope with it. This one was on the leg side, a sweep shot by Joseph had brought them 2 runs indeed, and it kind of eased the tension a little because tension was building up there because you could see the batsmen, they were very tentative playing at the ball outside the off stump, and sometimes they miss, and sometimes they were very tentative. But the end of the over from Brendan Bodo, the score moves on to, as you can see there, 73 for 4, and this will take us to the of 31 overs.
And one day also have to remember, yes, it's the longer format of the game still, but there's only 2 days to work with. So you have to score at a pace as well, you know, but with the wickets falling, you have to be a bit reserved. That's understandable.
Exactly, and when you have such a preposition or before you, then you knew, then one has to cope. And as we see, Mohammed comes in again, this time to Cody Grant, and Grant is driving this one back past the bowler without, as you say, they always find the fieldsman. He's finding the fieldsman. They need to pick the gaps as Mohammed comes in again, left him orthodox over the wicket. Bolton swings this one around, but it goes to the man at mid wicket, and there's just a single.
And when you get deliveries like that, you need to put them away when you're in this sort of situation.
Exactly. And I mean, that was a full delivery, which he met on the full toss. He could have put that one up towards the boundary, but he did not. So Mohammed comes in again, and this time he's bowling to Grant. Grant pushes him back along the wicket. Mohammed moves to his right and retrieves the ball. As Mohammed again to bowl to Grant, and becomes bowl to Grant. And Grant is there tentatively in pushing forward, but he managed to kill whatever spin and bounce there is in the wicket, and the ball remains right. It goes right there as the fieldsman comes in from short mid wicket to retrieve and to pass it on to the bowler. Up comes Mohammed again into bowl to Grant. Outside the off stump, Grant's shoulder arms, and Lal takes it cleanly.
The glove work of Christian Lal has impressed me this morning as well.
Mohammed again into bowl to Grant. Grant is stretching forward, using his full length to smother whatever spin there is. And that, I see the umpires are the players are making their way. Is that the lunch interval?
Yep,
or
it is.
Yes, so at the lunch interval, I thought people have gotten at least 3 more overs, at least 2 more overs at the time when they were 8 minutes away. I thought we would have gotten in 3 overs, but we got 2 overs in. So the Windwards at the lunch interval on day 1 of this 2-day fixture between the Trinidad and Tobago on the 17th at the Balmain Vancouver. They go in at 74 for 4. Cody Grant is not out on 12, and Jelani Joseph is undefeated on 2. You have Jordan Mohammed, he has 2 for 26 off his 10 overs, and you have the first wicket going down to Aaron Bassant, and also picking up a wicket also is the skipper Brendan Bodo. So a good morning's work, a good opening session for the Trinidad and Tobago team, and they will feel quite pleased to come in, and they will have a pretty good lunch interval at this time, while the opponents maybe still thinking where we could have gotten score. We could have scored more runs. We could have come in here or maybe lose 2 wickets less than what we have lost so far. So at the lunch interval, it is the Windwards 74 for 4 at lunch. Well, hello and welcome back to the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver, where we are resuming play after lunch in this Tuesday fixture between the Trinidad and Tobago on the 17 cricketers against the visitors, the visiting on the 17 Windward Islands team. Well, so far the picture has been a very, very good morning session of cricket. If you are a local fan, if you are from the Windward Islands, then you will be a bit disappointed, but you'll be looking forward to interesting cricket. So far, as we see, the umpires are now signaling to the scorers. The Windwards, well, they have been sent into bat, and they are 74 for 4 at lunch after 32 overs. The batsmen at the crease are Cody Grant on 12 and Jelani Joseph on 7. So, Visham, let's hear what's your take on the after lunch period.
Yeah, well, I think it's a case of the Windward Islands looking to bat well this time around. They started well in the first session, but collapsed just a bit as we headed further and further to that luncheon interval. Now they need the partnership between Joseph and Grant, one that could resurrect the inning, so to speak.
Oh, yes, indeed. They need a good partnership, a big one indeed. But this man who's holding the ball at this time is the captain, Brendan Bodo. He will try to have none of that. And at exactly what I have just said, he will try to break things up, to have things his own way. And there it is. The second delivery of the post-lunch period. You have the batsman going for a big hit, and he was, let's have a look at it, he was bowled down. He was bowled down?
Yep.
Bowled down indeed, going for a big hit indeed. It seemed like it was Cody Grant. He missed and was bowled down, and this was Fronte. Let's see. Yes.
Jelani Joseph.
Jelani Joseph is the man who went for that big, expansive hit, missed all over, but the ball did not miss his stumps. So the score moves on to 74 for 5, and Brendan Bodo is the man who picked up that wicket. And I must say that he was looking forward to picking up an early wickets in the post-lunch period, and well, he has started on a very positive note indeed, Vishal.
Yeah, definitely. As I said before the lunch break, Bodo is someone who normally pushes the ball through quickly, but the batsman there doing everything wrong on that occasion, playing right around the straight delivery. They are still, and well, his poles were disturbed.
Oh yes, indeed. I thought he played the wrong shot for the leg spinner. He went across the line and paid the price and lost his off stump. So just the start in which the Trinidad and Tobago under 17s wanted in the post-lunch period, just after lunch, in the second over, they picked up the wicket. So coming to the wicket now is Edmund Moranci. Edmund Moranci, he's the man who has joined Cody Grant, a left-handed Moranci. Let's see what he will do. And you have Brendan Bodo taking his time to really set his field to make sure all his fieldsmen are in the position which he would like to have them, as he has a crack at this new batsman, because the score is they are at a very delicate stage in their innings now at 74 for 5 in the 33rd over. So let's see what's unfolded here. Brandon Bodo, he has picked up 2 wickets for 5 runs so far of his spell. This one right up there, and Moranci, that's who the left-handed Moranci, they push this one back there. It seemed to have a lot of dust coming up from the outfield, from the field itself, and Bodo seems to be inhibited by some of these by the particles which is in the air, but all seem to be well now as he prepares to come into bowl to Moranci. Becomes the bowl to Moranci. This one is pushed right back indeed. Moranci makes a lot of room for the ball is spinning into him, and it is a good delivery. Morency, to me, gives himself a little too much room, and he was caught in a bit of no man's land. He still made contact with the ball, but it was a kind of iffish kind of shot indeed. As Brandon Bottle interbolt to him again, good delivery right on the leg stump. This one seemed to be
with Morency coming to the crease as well. It poses a different challenge for Bodo, having bowled to right-handers consistently before the lunch break and heading into this period as well.
Oh yes, and Bodo bowling. This one is on the leg stump, and Morency just tried to clip it around. Wasn't successful in getting the run, and you can see the Trinidad and Tobago skipper. He has he's indicating to them that he needs a change of shirt or something like that, sir.
Well, actually, he is still having some problems with that dust particles. Well, those dust particles that would have went into his eye. So he's looking for a sub-fielder to come on there now.
Okay. Right, as he awaits his substitute fieldsman who will cross the line, we can see that we can look at the score and see that the score is now 74 for 5 in the 33rd over. Morency is 0, and Cody Grant is the man who will be taking strike. He's on 12, having faced 30 deliveries. So Brandon Bodo, there was a gush of wind across the ground, and that picked up some of the dust and the particles on the ground that maybe have found his way into into his eyes. So we resume the battle on midfield, and the man taking up his spell is Jordan Mohammed. Is that Mohammed or a bowling change?
Basant it is.
Oh, Basant. Oh, Basant has been switched around. He was from the pavilion end, and now he's from the side screen end. Basant is the man. Let's see what happens here. Basant bowls to Grant, and Grant just pushes this one for a quick single down to backward point. And let's see how it unfolds for Basant, because Basant was bowling. I thought he bowled well from the pavilion end, because but now he's coming down the track, coming down the wicket from the side screen end. So let's see how he copes as Edmund Morency faces up to him. Morency's yet to get off the mark, and Basant, there's a loud appeal from the wicketkeeper and the close surrounding fieldsman, but the umpire is unmoved by such antics by the fieldsman. So we see Basant once more. Aaron Basant into bowl to Morency. He bows to him. Morency comes forward and looking for a quick single. This could be dangerous. It could be tight, but you find that the man at backward shot, Odesqueleg, did not pick up cleanly and had the ball, and did not make that telling delivery to the wicketkeeper, who will insert.
That's actually the substitute fielder Gajada, who would have came on to replace Bodo for the while.
Oh, right. So you find maybe he's still in the pavilion mode. I mean, he still hasn't really gotten himself used to the conditions on there. So Aaron bowls to Cody Grant. And Cody Grant comes right forward with that one. The score remains on 76 for 5. As Grant once more faces up to Basant. And he plays this one around to the square leg, to the mid-wicket region, and they cross for 2 comfortable runs. So this score moves on to 78 for 5. as this brings the new batsman Moransi, the left-handed Moransi, to face up to Basan. We see the skipper Brandon Bolo. He's on the boundary line waiting to come on. I think he's all right now. He's just waiting there as Basan bowls to Moransi. And the change is made. The skipper is back on, and Gajida has made his way out, and in goes Brandon Bolo. Bolo is a man who is leading this team, and he's also been entrusted with the ball. He picked up an early wicket, the second delivery after the lunch interval. He had this all-important wicket, and there we see him again.
Well, he wouldn't have wanted to be out of the field for long because of the fact that he's been striking for them. And he's just picked up the wicket as well of Jelani Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
So he want to continue with that momentum that he has. And again, that different challenge for him, spinning the ball into the left-hander. That's Moransi. I see a leg slip fielder in position. And the regulation slip fielder as well. Good attacking field set by Bodo.
Exactly, as Bodo comes into bowl to Moransi. Moransi comes forward, and this one goes short to let's say a backward point or to a square leg, and there's no run. Bodo comes in again to bowl to Moransi. Moransi on the back foot, looking to play this one straight. He did get it past the bowler, and they scrambled for a quick single. There, as Moransi is, I'm sure he'll be relieved that he's off the he's off the mark. He's on tour this time. And he hasn't been given the responsibility to face up to the left arm, the right-handed spinner. So Bodo comes in again to bowl to Grant, and Grant comes right forward, and he misses, and this one goes through to Lal, the keeper, who has been very, very sharp behind the wicket. Indeed, he took the bails off in a flash, in case Grant must have lifted or is out of his crease, but none of the two has happened, and you find that Brandon Bodo is the man who is coming in again as he bowled to Grant. Grant comes forward, very, very gently forward indeed. The ball moves to the fieldsman. It makes its way back to the captain. So there is Brandon Bodo again, into bowl to Grant. Up he comes, bowl to Grant. Down the leg side, Grant plays this one around the corner, and they cross for one, they go for a second. Love, good running indeed.
Yeah, definitely good running. Spotting the opportunity for the second run. And of course, running the first one hard would allow them every opportunity to get that second run if the opportunity arises.
Correct. And you have here the score is 81 for 5. Moransi's on 2 and Grant is on 17. As Bodo into bowl to Grant once more. That one kind of choked him up a little, and there's no run as the fieldsman, the umpire signaled the end of the over, and the fieldsmen are all making their way to their respective positions for the next over. So it's been a good start for TNT on the 17s as they picked up an early wicket in Jelani Joseph, and it's going to be a hard, long haul for the Windwards from this time onwards, because it's 81 for 5 in the 35th over, and they have been up against it after that solid opening pair from the two openers. That opening stance from the two openers, but once there's life, there's hope.
It looks to be Basant to continue.
Yes, Basant is the man who's continuing, and Moransi seemed to favor the back foot. Everything he goes onto the back foot looking for that big expansive kind of play.
And he's looking to make room.
Yes,
This time he's just looking to push through the offside.
correct. Yes, he seems to be in that type of mode where he wants to really break, to ease the tension,
Well,
because there's a lot of tension. There's a lot of pressure there, outside there this time.
that back foot very heavy. But Bassant has been bowling well. If we look at how he has settled into his second spell here now, apart from that couple short pitch deliveries I would have seen, he's bowled well. Picked up the wicket as well of Theo Edward. A lovely looking sweep shot. Trickles down the leg side, down to a short fine leg. Buru giving chase. He had a lot of work to do this morning into this afternoon, Brendan Buru, apart from being the skipper.
Yes, indeed, but I'm sure he is enjoying it, because I mean the success is coming his way. I mean, he's seen the wickets going down. They have won the opening session, the pre-launch session, and they come back in the post and have been doing well. So I think he'll be a happy skipper at this time.
Certainly, I think he would. 83 for 5, just after launch on D1. Who won't? Bassant at times, this one peels off the outside edge. At times, when he approaches the crease there, Bassant, before he delivers, it looks as though he's going to bowl leg spin. But really and truly, he's bowling off spin. And that can play with the mind of the batsman as well.
Correct, and maybe that is why Moranci isn't too comfortable against him. But he has this. He's always on the back foot looking to play these extensive and expansive drives. But if you look at it, 36 overs have gone so far. 83 runs have scored, and they have lost 5 wickets.
There's the father of Adian Racha. That's Mr. Aaron Racha. Would have made the trek all the way from Pool Village in Rio Claro.
Oh,
to come and look at his son play, and I'm sure it's always a proud moment as a parent, seeing the success of your kid, whether it's on the national stage or whether it is as little as the zonal stage as well. Still.
oh yes, and there's no better feeling for a youngster when there is this family thing. And there we see there's a lot of appeal for caught behind. Is it caught behind? Yes, as Adrian Bodo got this one to spin away, found the edge, and the wicketkeeper did the rest. So there we see again the Windward Islands. They continue to slip into deeper trouble. They have lost their 6th wicket. Let's see how this happened here. As Bodo comes in here, Grant pushes forward. The wicketkeeper Lal did not take it cleanly, but it was taken by the slipman, and the umpire ruled in the affirmative. So it's now 83 for 6 in the 37th over.
Yeah, just coming off the glove of the wicketkeeper there and into the hands of that man Racha. We were just speaking about him at first slip. It just ballooned up into the air, and you can't ask for an easier catch than that, Still.
Exactly, and just to add to it is that your father is looking on. So just as our cameraman spotted Racha Senior, Racha Junior, was a part of that dismissal of Cody Grant. So I think there is joy and happiness all around, and there will be talk tonight in the Racha family about that rebound catch he took. So the score moves on to 83 for 6. And the new batsman here is Tyrell Vernon. Yeah, Tyrell is the man replacing Cody Grant. And I believe this could be a doorway now, because they have lost 6 wickets, and Brandon Bodo has picked up 3 for 8.
Yeah, 3 for 8 in 7.1 overs.
3 for 7.1 overs. So he is on a roll. And you can see there now he has decided to really insert the pressure and put pressure on the rest of the batsmen that will come up a face that he is going to be bowling to. The wicket itself is not a terrible. Isn't playing bad. It's playing. It has a normal spin, the normal bounce. It's just that sometimes the batsmen are a bit too tentative. But here we go again. Good delivery again from Brandon Bodo. Coming forward there is Tyrell. Tyrell pushes forward, and there's no run.
Yeah, Bodo is what he has been able to do is just continuously pick up wickets, and Basant on the other end just building up the pressure.
All right, and that is what you when you're bowling in tandem in combination, you need to have one bowler getting the wickets and one keeping it tight. If both are doing well and getting the wickets, then you are on happy street. But we see Brandon Bodo now once more as he bowls to Tyrell. Tyrell pushes forward. This one goes straight to the man at short mid off, or he attempted to ricochet from him to the widest mid off. So it's now back to Brandon Bodo as he comes into bowl to Tyrell. This one, Tyrell drives sweetly down to the man at mid off.
He has a long reach.
Yes, yeah.
Tyrell Venner.
Yes, Tyrell Venner. He has a very, very long reach indeed. As Bodo into bowl to him, pushes this forward again, and you could see loud behind the wicket. He's saying to himself, "Oh boy."
It's actually Jaden Kent who is has the gloves in hand. I'm not too sure.
Oh, what
if
happened
there's
there?
something that is going on there with Christian Lal.
Yeah,
I hope that he's okay.
could be right. Yeah,
That completes 37 overs, 83 for the loss of 6.
it is 83 for 6, and it's a nice day for cricket indeed. As we were saying before, a lovely day for cricket. A day in which any cricketer will enjoy these conditions. Let's hope that we have this weather for the rest of the day's play and for the rest of the match, because it is nice to have cricket down at this cricket centre in Vancouver. A very nice scene indeed. And as we see, is it Basant is the man who continues?
It's going to be Basant.
Yeah, and he's bowling to Morassi. Morassi comes forward again, and there's no round.
He's starting to draw the batsman forward, and I think Trinidad and Tobago is smelling blood here now. They want to cash in, look to finish off the innings as quick as possible.
That's right. And Morassi plays a big shot indeed. It seemed to be a chance. Is it a chance? Because the man standing at widest cover, he went up and maybe he failed to hold on to it. But Basant into bowl to Morassi. Up he can bowl to Morassi. Morassi playing that big drive again, but unable to beat the field or to find the gap. And he has to face up to Basant in the other over. Up comes Basant again to Morassi. Morassi drives, and this one it goes away from the fieldsman, and he's going to pick up a single. So he moves away from the firing line, and now it goes on to 84 for 6. And Tyrell Venner, he's still to get off the mark. Then again, and this is a good delivery, excellent delivery from Basant.
Another happy morning into the afternoon for Windward Islands, and they would want a victory here, and if they are to get that, they'd want to get a big total. And normally, still when you're batting, when you are asked to bat in the longer version, as we see the 38 over comes to an end, 84 for 6. Yeah, when you're asked to bat first, or when you win the toss and choose to bat first, you always want to set a big total in the first innings to give your team every opportunity, your bowlers something to work with, and maybe, as I said, give yourselves every opportunity of having to bat once.
Exactly, because I mean, once you have been asked to have first strike, you want to make use of that time at the wicket. And that time it means that you want to to put on a nice total, so to put the opposing captain, the opposing team under pressure, to reverse that type of that type of pressure. And so the Windies, they have been asked to bat, but they have, after that opening stance of 30 yard, they failed to really move on to capitalize on what is happening. But as we return to the action here, we see Brandon Bodo, he just bowled his first delivery. There was no run, and there he's into his second delivery of this match. And there we see Moranci playing getting the ball on the full and taking it down to, as the batsmen go for a single.
Actually, that went all the way to the boundary for 4.
Oh, but I missed it because I was looking for it and I didn't see anybody chasing it at that time. But I thought maybe it was just back up by the fieldsman, but it is all the way well timed, a sweetly timed shot from Moranci. He uses full size and his full length to really make use of that delivery.
Well, in local terms, or terminologies are still, as they would say in local cricket, not a man move.
Not a man move, because the way in which that one was hit and not a man move, I thought the ball was closer to the wicket, not knowing that it was all the way onto the fence. But again to Moranci, and Moranci just coming forward to that one and smothering with a spin.
You have to give Moranci credit as well. What was special about that shot, he didn't try to overhit the ball. It was all timing and placement.
Bodo again to Moranci, and he seemed to have a very, not a high backlift, but he seemed to be just being able to just use the swing of the bat to make use of where he wants to put and how much power he wants to put into it. Nice shot again from Moranci, as this one they went through for a quick single and he pushed this one wide of the cover fieldsman and they pick up a quick single indeed. The score moves on to 89 for 6 of 39 overs. So they lost. So the win was they lost 2 early wickets after the lunch interval. They went to lunch on 84 on 74 for 4, and now they're on 89 for 6. So they have progressed with some runs, but they have lost 2 important wickets. So the men of the crease now is Edmund Moranci and Tyler Vennon. He's yet to get off the mark. Basant into bowl to Moranci again. Moranci just stretching forward and pushes it straight to wide discover. There's no run.
Lots of parents and grandparents and aunties and uncles around us still of these players. Number of persons would have traveled. A quick single being taken here, home easily in the end. A number of persons would have traveled with their children, of course, from Barbados, Jamaica, Windward Islands, Leeward Islands, to come to Trinidad and Tobago, a beautiful place to look at cricket, lovely cricket, and also their family members on the field as well. So
as Basant posed to this time to Mr. Tyler Venner, and he's still to get off the mark, but to Venner comes forward to this next delivery. But just to pick up what you were saying there, in truth, you find that parents for these tournaments, they use it twofold. One's as a family vacation, and they also use it to really come and support their children, be it grandparents, be it aunts and uncles. They really come out, and there's so much to be gained from the youngsters when they see their parents and their relative supporting them. They feel that it is worth it, and they really put out their best, because these are some of them will go on to become West Indian players, and they will all remember and cherish this time that they have played at Balmain in Trinidad, and they'll always remember that their parents were also there with them.
yeah, definitely. 40 overs bowled, 90 for the loss of 6. And you mention West Indies and Cricket West Indies, and it's good to see Cricket West Indies. Commendations to them. giving these youngsters the opportunity to travel and play cricket are still, that in itself is a big thing, and it's all part of the development of these young careers of these young men and young women at times. Of course, the under 19 regional women's tournament would have been completed earlier in the year as well. So it's always good to see us still, that developmental work that Cricket West Indies continue to do.
Oh yes, and when you look at the previous presidents who came before Dr. Kishore Shallow and Dave Cameron and those, they always spoke about the grassroots to get players from that area, from that zone, to get them involved in cricket, as this one from Brendan Butler was pushed wide off the fieldsman, and the batsman went through for a quick single, which pushed the score to 91 for 6 as Butler continues his spell. But it is so important to really get youngsters playing cricket, because cricket is because the pool of players in the Caribbean to supply the West Indies team is a very small one. So you need to have as much youngsters playing cricket as possible at all age groups. And there we see Basant have Brandon Bodo forcing the Tyler Veneer to push this one forward, and they went for a very, very quick single indeed.
It's very tricky. Still, you mentioned it's a small pool, and I agree with you. At times you might think it's so much nations to pick players from to make a West Indies team, and but really and truly it is a small pool of players.
Yes, indeed. When you look at the rest of the countries, I mean, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and New Zealand, Australia, they have a very, very large pool. I mean, when you look at India, it's 1 billion people,
Yep.
and there's 1 billion people playing cricket. So they have a good pool, a large pool. In the Caribbean, it may seem to be a large pool, but it is when you look at the players playing at all three and the 3 formats of the game, there is a small pool, because you need players. Some players specialize in just one format, some can play all 3, and some will tell you that they prefer to play just 2 or 1. As there we see Aaron Bassant bowling to Tyler Venner, and he attempted a big drive, but the ball didn't go. He failed to pick the gap, and the ball went straight to the fieldsman. As Bassant again, this one is punch off the back foot to the point, and there is no run again.
Yeah, Bassant has that tendency to drop delivery short or delivery short now and then. But that's excellent there from him. That's where he wants to be. That's where he wants to build his home and live at still.
Yes, and I now realize why he has been brought on from I call it the side screen end, because he seemed to have a little more pep into his bowling coming down. He has a little more step, a little more zeal, so the ball is coming quicker to the batsman, and he's doing a good job so far.
Yeah, surprising edging, dropping just short of Buru.
Correct, and that one dropped agonizingly close to Budu, and that could have been the 7th wicket. But let's see how it unfolds for the next delivery, because I believe Bassant is doing an excellent job. He's really helping the batsman. This one popped up indeed. The keeper came around trying to stop it. He didn't, and 2 fieldsmen went after it as they completed just a single there, and the score is on 93 for 6. The end of the over. Good over indeed from Bassant, because he could have gotten, if with some luck, he could have gotten the 7th wicket and his 2nd in the innings. So he has 1 for 19 of his 10.
The only thing I think Trinidad is missing at the moment, I think a short leg. with deliveries popping. I've seen a couple deliveries this morning into this afternoon popping on the batsman at times, and there's always that tendency of the ball popping, hitting the glove and ballooning to a fielder close in.
Yes, as skipper Brandon Bodo comes into bowl again, and I believe Bodo himself should have that man at backward square leg there, but shortest backward square leg, he could have been brought into a forward short leg. This one is pumped straight down the head, and he's gone. He's out.
Lovely catch there.
A lovely.
As easy as you like. Well pitched up there from Brendan Bodo. And looking to go over the mid-on field ahead was Tyler Venner. And in the end, he spooned it straight to the fielder at mid-on. Easy catch. 93 for 7. Let's have a look at it again.
Oh, yes. As we see, Bodo comes in here to bowl to Tyler Venner. Venner went for the big hit, but he failed to clear the fieldsman. And Jaden took a very, very nice catch indeed. He judged it well. He didn't move, and he had to make very little movement to really complete the catch. And the win was they slipped into deeper trouble because they're now down to, they have lost their 7th wicket, and this means that they are down to the lower order of their batting.
Well, tide seemed to be raising. Still very early, and 93 for 7 here now. Remember, one of the batsmen, that's the opening batsman, he was, of course, he went off the field with just a strain on the hamstring of his. I didn't see him come out. Oh, there he is. He actually comes out now. That's Luvio Charles.
Yeah, Luvio Charles, yes. The way he came out here, I didn't recognize him because he left limping a little, but this time he came back out looking quite strong. And looking ready to do battle. So at least there is some batting more in him, and let's see if he can continue where he left off before, because he opened the batting with his skipper T.O. Edwards.
Certainly, and he has all of Brendan Bodo's trickery to deal with.
Yes, and on this wicket, the wicket is not playing all that bad. It's just that there is some help for the slow bowlers. It is popping a little, but if you can bat, you can cope on this wicket. It is not a terror wicket indeed. As Brendan Bodo into bowl to Charles, and Charles, as he did while he opened the batting, he came right forward and he smothered all the spin in the no run.
Well, interestingly, he hopped back up. Seemed to still be in some discomfort.
Correct. And well, let's see if Bodo will bring him on that front foot again. And this one is a big hit indeed from Charles. It goes all the way for 6.
Well, welcome back to the action, Luvio Charles. That was a lovely shot. Stand and deliver stuff there from him. Stood his ground. Got under it nicely. Didn't move the feet at all there still.
Correct, yes.
All power.
All power indeed. And I believe that he will not allow himself to really be just poking around. Because it seems he has this leg problem, and he will be putting back the ball to make sure that he takes his team closer to maybe a decent and a reasonable total. But if there we see Brendan Bodo bowling between the umpire and the stumps, and this is a good delivery, a tight one indeed, because he realizes that Charles may not be able to come on the front foot and play shots, so he has reverted. He has gone back over the wicket. The one delivery was between the umpire and sometimes over the wicket. And Charles gone again, the big one again. This one bounce over the one bounce into the boundary. So Charles has stated his intentions quite clearly that he's not going to be sticking around and playing any type of innings that will restrict his movements. So there he is. A good hit indeed. One bounce into the fence. He came forward, got to the pitch, and he put back the ball. He he made sure that he cleared the fieldsman who was at widest middle.
Well, the 100 comes up as well. 103 for 7 after 43. And a pleasing sight for the umpires would also be the fact that Trinidad and Tobago are getting through these overs quickly still.
Yes, 43 overs for 103. It means that when the spinners are on, and they are very, very economical run-ups, and they're very easy in their approach. So you will have a quick turnover of the overs. As Morancy is a man who is facing up now to Adrian Barrett. Basant, and Basant just Morassi came forward and pushes this one right back to Basant. Basant is a man who will be seeking to make further inroads. I like how he's coming into the spell. Bowls again, and Moransi just pushes forward.
Yeah, that's a trademark of spinner's delivery there. Pitching on about middle and off stump, beating the batsman outside the off stump. Immediately, Charles walks up the track, having a word with Moransi, saying as to get across a bit more, cover the line of the delivery a bit more, and don't allow Basan to beat you outside the off stump. Don't be fishing.
That's right.
Although it's a good day to be.
It's a good day to be indeed, but at least his advice is don't fish today at this time. So we see Basant now in the bowl to Moransi. Moransi comes forward again. I think he listened to his teammate, and he made sure that he covered this one well. He got right across to it as Aaron Basant comes in again to bowl to Moransi. Bowls to Moransi. Moransi pushes back to the bowler. He's taking his time. He's listening to what he was told early on, to get behind it and make sure that you smother all spin. Here comes Basant again. It's the bowl to Moransi. Moransi coming right forward again, and he's just pushing this one with all the confidence in the world. You could see those three deliveries, he played them with much ease and much confidence because he has adhered to the advice he was given by his opposing batsman. So here comes Basant again in the bowl to Moransi, and Moransi pushes it back along the wicket. The end of the over, and the score remains on 103 for 7.
Well, if we read the script well, since Charles came back out there, I think he has come out there with one thing on his mind. Still, I can tell you what's not on his mind. That's running between the wickets, and that's defensive shots.
Exactly, because having faced the second delivery, we saw him having pushed forward. He waddled up. I mean, he came back up with so much discomfort. So you can see from the next delivery, he decided, I am not going to be pushing forward. I'm not going to be trying to take quick singles. I'm going to be putting back the ball. And Brandon Bowler realizes that, and he has set the appropriate field. So Bowler comes into the bowl to Charles, and Charles swing this one around. This could go all the way. It's a big hit. It was short. That's it. And Charles really put back the ball there as he cleared the boundary. Wasn't one of Brandon Bowler's best deliveries. It was short, it stood up, and Charles put back the ball and cleared the boundary. 6 runs all the way as the score moves on now to 109 for 7.
Well, Charles is telling Samir Sarup hello and good afternoon as he comes into the attack, replacing Budu. Budu realizing that in that last over he was struck for 2 boundaries. I still don't think he should have come out of the attack. That was a real 2 aggressive shots played off his bowling. I thought that he should have stuck with himself, but Sarup coming in. Let's see what he can do.
Oh yes, this one from Sarup was short going down the leg, and Charles helped it along there. Let's see if it goes. No, it didn't have all the legs to go towards the boundary. The fieldsman cuts it off and brings it and throws it back as the umpire signal. Was it a leg by? Or was it 2? Oh, no, it was runs because Charles moves on to 28. The score is, and Morancy's on 12. 110 for 7. So let's see here. As you say, Sarup is the man who had been yes, Sarup is the man. Yes.
A short run up for Sarup.
Yes.
And, not bowling that. He's bowling very flat. All of his deliveries were short, flat, and on a track like this one is good for batting. The scoreline doesn't say that though, but Morancy sweeping, and this could be 4. It's going to race along the green carpet here at the National Cricket Centre, and 4 it is. So a good looking shot. It was there to be hit, and Samir Sarup not having the best of welcomes here still.
And true, this one was a bit wide of the legs. It pitched somewhere between middle and but going more down the leg side, and Morancy helped it along, and he got 4 runs straight. So I think Sarup has to look at his line if he's going to maintain that the pressure which his captain will be is asking of him or requires him to do.
Well, no ball signal by the umpire as well.
So it's all happening out there. And Sarup is saying, what am I doing? Morancy pushes this one to easily push this one to the man at short cover and a cover point, and there's no run. So the score remains at 115 for 7. It looks better than 97 for 7. So it's 115 for 7. Morancy now on 16, and Charles is on 28. Lovio Charles is on 28.
This on the 17th tournament, I must say, we've seen the bowlers dominate quite a lot in Shenali Park, Gilbert Park, and right here at the National Cricket Centre. The bowlers would have really dominated proceedings. A couple good knocks though from Van Langer of Guyana. That's a skipper. They would have destroyed Leeward Islands in that last game, wrapping up victory in 7 overs. Are still chasing down 96 runs of victory. Was it 94 in 7 overs?
Oh, I mean, that was savage, man. That was a beating. As we see here, Aaron Bassant, he comes in to bowl to Charles, and Charles is pushes this one back to the bowler as Bassant in the ball. Charles goes for a big one. This is a big hit. Let's see where it lands. It lands in no man's land. The 2 fieldsmen comes in and they converging it, and the batsman just get 1 because Charles is still limping. He has shown the tendency that he's not here for quick singles or 2s. He's here. He is going to be invested in 4s and 6s. So let's see again. Bassant into bowl to Morancy, and there is a question being asked of Morancy, but the umpire says not out.
Well, Charles is playing one way. Morancy is supporting him nicely, dabbing this one behind square leg. Budu giving chase again. But this is a nice little partnership building here between Morancy and Lovio Charles. And what this innings from Charles does, it just breaks up the energy and momentum of the Trinidad and Tobago team just a bit, because they haven't seen this all morning, this attacking nature of batting. And just like that, Lovio Charles walks out there and hits your trump card, Brendan Budu, for 2 4s in quick succession.
Yes, indeed. As the battle continues on centre field, you have Charles is still there. He's nursing his injury, but he's battling. He's soldiering on for the Windward Islands as Bassant comes in again to Charles, and he tries to he attempts to hit this one through over mid wicket. It does, and a good hit, a 6. So Charles is really investing in 6s and 4s, and this one he cleared the boundary once again. He goes on to 35. Let's see. Well, short
too short
Too
again
short, yeah.
from Basant, and dispatched out of here. Lovely shot there from Charles. And just looking to time the ball. That's what he's doing. He's banking on timing and power. Not much movement still.
Yes.
And rightfully so. Of course, he's nursing that injury.
Right. Okay. Sarab is the man still bowling. Let's see.
Well,
Is
Buru
he-
is back.
Yes, yes.
Buru is
It-
back immediately.
Exactly, because I mean, it couldn't be worse because Budu took himself on and brought on Sarup, and then he brought himself back on because he realizes that he has to take things into, he has to shape his own destiny, and this is what Brandon Budu has decided to do. He has brought himself back on to get to the sludge or break this partnership as he go again, and this is a big expansive drive from Charles. I didn't go too much. It just got the better.
Spinner's doing the trick at the moment. However, if Charles continues to look as though he is dominating the spinners still, Buru could well and truly bring back one of his pacers at the top just to rough Charles up a bit.
Oh yes, that is an option that Budu has, and as he comes in the bowl, this is a good hit indeed, a big one. Let's see, it clears the boundary, 6 more. This is Charles. Charles have decided to invest in 4s and 6s, and this is a nice hit indeed, one that was tossed up to him from Brandon Bodo.
Yeah, well, the ball spinning into him and going with that turn was well flighted as well. He waited on it and over Longhorn's fielder head. The fielder had no chance, a couple of meters over his head. Buru on the back foot now. Let's see how he responds.
Yes.
He goes again, and this could be out this time. The fielder never looked comfortable, but he takes the catch in the end. A good one held, and that's the end of Charles. You gotta admire his fighter still. He has to go for 41.
Yes, because he came out. He got injured. He came out and he made his intentions quite clear that he's not going to be that he cannot go for quick singles. He can't go for the 2s, and he will not be prodded and pushing. He's going to be putting back the ball because he has to extend his team's total, and he did it in a brave way. He went down fighting. A good innings indeed of 42 or 40. 42 he made?
41.
41. 41. So there is Charles. He should not be ashamed of his innings. It was a good one. He started off being the opening batsman, and he continued when he was injured. He went off the field and came back on, and really attempted to take this game away from Trinidad and Tobago. But the national senior team, they have stayed the course.
Yeah, so Charles just added some impetus to the innings, and in comes Cody Fontenelle. That's 5 wickets to Brendan Boodoo for a second consecutive match. He's picked up a 5-for. Commendable. He had a 52 in the first game of the tournament. Didn't have the best of games with the bat in hand in the second, and he's come back here now, picking up a 5-for in that second game with the ball in hand. Now again, that's commendable, and also being the skipper, setting the example for his entire team.
Oh yes, I think he will be a happy skipper. I mean, because the score is now 130 for 8 of 47 overs, and he has picked up a 5-for. I mean, 5 for 32, and he has been really be doing well. And this is another wicket indeed. Another wicket for Brendan Bodo. This one was he caught behind? Yes, he was. Let's see. Let's wait for the replay and see how this young man continues to do well. continues to really torment the Windward's batsman. Push forward, hit the outside, it hit the outside edge, and the wicketkeeper made no mistake. He had that one into his gloves, and he went on a celebratory run. So the score is now 130 for 9, and we could see the end of the Windward Islands innings very shortly indeed, as Edmund Moranci, he remains on 18, and joining him is Joel Duran.
Yeah, so the final wicket now coming up for the Windward Islands, and also Brendan Buru is going to be on a hat trick, 6 for 32.
6 for 32.
What a magnificent effort this is. A man from Southeast Zone in Trinidad, and he would have captained the under 13, under 15, under 17 for the Southeast Zone. And look at him go. He's now at the helm at the national under 17 level, and he is showing his worth, showing his wares to the national selectors and to the selectors that's, of course, so with the Cricket West Indies as well.
Oh yes, indeed, and I mean, Brandon Bodo has. I mean, we cannot talk so too highly of him, because he has shown that he's leading his team well, and he's doing the job that he would like every member of the team to do. But this time he has the ball in hand. He has 6 wickets to his name, and he is doing a fantastic amount of work here. The wicket isn't, but his length and line is quite good. He's concentrating on just on between middle and off, and the batsmen, they are not coping with the amount of spin and guile which he is imparting on during his bowling spell.
And that's why I was surprised when he took himself out of the attack after being struck for 2 boundaries by Charles. Look at that. He came back. His confidence was high. You can't afford... If a batsman walks out there, you just picked up 4 wickets still, and a batsman walk out there and hit you for 2 boundaries. I don't see why you should come out of the attack.
I share your views, because I mean I thought maybe he came off the attack a bit too early, because there's 2 boundaries and one over. I mean, but maybe he had his own ideas. Maybe he just wanted to pull back and see what has happened. But then he realized that Sarup didn't do it for him, so he came back on, and he really did the job, because he's now 6 wickets in bag for him. And there we see Basant continues his spell, 1 for 27 of 13 over. This is his 13th over, so he continues to do a good job also. But the man at the pavilion end, his skipper, is the man who is picking up the wickets. And there we see Moranci going for a big drive indeed. He made contact. The ball went down to the man at Kuwaiti's cover, and they crossed for 1. I thought they would have been hustling for 2, but they just went for 1 there. And the new batsman at the crease is Joel Grant. He's not as a big a batsman as Moranci, so it will be very easy for us to distinguish him as Basant about to Joel Duran, and
I still would have liked a couple close infielders, or a bit closer than they already are.
Yes, indeed. I thought he could have had applied a little more pressure upon the new batsman. But let's see how it unfolds, because Brandon Butler is a man who is reading things outside there, and he may think, but maybe he's all in control. And the forward short leg or the backward short leg, and the close infieldmen coming closer to put more pressure. Maybe he thinks they have enough pressure being applied so far. So there we see again Aaron Basant into bowl, this time to Moranci. And Moranci goes a big one. This one, he can't be out. This one has cleared the boundary. 6 indeed. A nice hit indeed. Basant tossed this one up, and Moranci went for it. he's a big man, so he took on the challenge. Let's see, he took on and they went for a big one. Clear.
If you look at his position there, he took a step across, covered the line, kept his head down, and had bore fruit. Looking to sweep this time, though. He's showing us that he's capable of playing right around the outfield. That brings the 48 over to an end. That still is 138 for 9.
138 for 9, and I believe again the Brandon Bodo and his team, his men, they continue to press on the advantage which they got after they dismissed the opening pair. They broke the partnership during the Windward Islands innings, and they are continuing to really press on the advantage. 138 for 9 in the 48 over. Not a bad effort. With Aaron Bassant has 1 for 35, and the skipper has picked up six wickets so far.
Yeah, just one more wicket to get here. Trinidad wouldn't want this partnership to prolong any longer.
Oh yes, because you need it. I think the Trinidad and Tobago team needs to be in the pavilion as quickly as fast as possible, and to get rid of this last pair, to make sure that they won't be going after a too large a total.
Budu has Durand on strike. And I can see that he has brought that short mid-wicket fielder in close, and that short cover fielder as well. He is sending back the short mid-wicket fielder. Oh, this one looks to be the the wrong one.
It looks to be that's true, because you saw Joel Durant came forward, and it seemed like if he wanted to attempt a big shot, but it just went past his bat. This one indeed, and another one that Durant happened to got. It hit it maybe his tie pad, or maybe the bat went down to fine leg, and they got well, it's runs. He's off the mark. He got 3 or 2 for that.
Yeah, he turned it nicely back with a square leg. So Budu looking to prize out this final wicket. Let's see if he can. It's a full toss. That's not going to help.
No, that won't help indeed at all, because I mean Joel Durant got it on the full. He should have made maximum use of it. He could have gone for a bigger one, but it so happened that no runs was gotten off that delivery. So I see the Trinidad and Tobago team. Maybe it's a water break.
Yep.
It's a water break. The score is 140 for 9. The way I saw the players walking off, I thought maybe there was a declaration. I said, oh, God. But then I realized that because at this time of the day, it is quite not as hot as we had in the pre-lunch session, but on the post-lunch we have some. It was cool conditions. I think it is a bit warmer there, but not as steaming hot as it was in the pre-lunch session. But the Trinidad and Tobago team continues, the under 17s continue to press home the advantage, and as rightfully as you said, at least they want to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible and start their run chase.
Yeah, definitely. So Trinidad and Tobago will look to pick up that wicket within the next couple of overs, if not the next over, and get to work with the bat immediately. But we'll have more action for you in just about 5 to 10 minutes time when the drinks break is completed. Well, welcome back to the action at the National Cricket Centre. Trinidad and Tobago on top at the moment. It's the Cricket West Indies under 17 men's championship. And looks as though we're going to see some pace from the northern end.
Well, just as you called it, indeed, Vishami, you said if things didn't work out well for the Trinidad skipper, he would have brought back in his pacemen, and maybe he decided this is the time that he wants to really clean things up. And because these guys, the two batsmen seem to be quite comfortable against the slower bowlers, so he's bringing back his paceman, Rasha. Is he at the top end there? He's bringing him back to, and at least to give him a chance to pick up a wicket to boost his confidence. So let's see how things unfold for this. I like I like him. I like how he approaches it, and I like his intentions.
Yeah, Racha in, and immediately ball strikes the batsman. That's Moransi on the pad and down to a short fine leg. And no chance of that being leg before. That was certainly going down the leg side. They are still a stifled appeal.
Exactly, true. A stifled appeal indeed. And I thought for 1 minute, Rasha thought maybe it would have hit him across, but it was going down the leg. And I mean, anyone could see that. And Moransi survived as they went for that a leg by, or was it the bat?
Leg by.
A leg by, yeah, because I didn't. My eyes wasn't on the umpires to see if he's done that. But you see now that Raja is setting the field. Maybe he wants to make sure this might be the last over.
Yeah, this could be very interesting with Racha bowling to Durand. Oh, Durand comes forward and drives. Oh, and the misfield that cover would allow a single to be taken. And if anything, though, they would want to be bowling more balls to Joel Durand as opposed to Moransi, who has been there for 49 deliveries.
Exactly, and I believe Rasha will be a bit disappointed that there was that misfield there. But he will not be too disappointed, because I believe he thinks he has a good chance against Moransi, because Moransi seems to want to go after him. Yes, here it is.
That's a full toss from Racha. But he's looking, you see him coming over the wicket. He's looking to angle that ball away from Moransi. Moransi looks to be more of a leg side player than an offside player. He has struck that one maximum over long off's head. But he likes to sweep and he likes to pull. That's what I've noticed about him.
Yes, and we were talking about Brandon Bottle bringing on the faster bowlers. But this is the type of sometimes advantage or disadvantage that the skipper faces if things doesn't go well with the fast bowler.
I like the fact that he wants to dig a couple in short. However, when you're bowling short, you want to be on the body of the batsman. You don't want to offer any room to slash outside your stump, ramp deliveries. You want to be on the body of the batsman, cramping them.
Yes, and Gerald Durant isn't a tall man. As they say in local terms, he's a really a duck, you could say. So you have to be right up there. I mean, with your short delivery, where he must play, he must be in line with that delivery.
Yep. There's always a chance as well of that Yorker delivery coming into play. The two-card trick, a bounce and the Yorker.
Exactly, yes, it's true. The two-card trick. How long I haven't seen the two-card trick, the bouncer and then the Yorker. Let's see what Rasha will do here.
On a stifled appeal there from Buru at a slip. That's all she wrote. At the end of 50 is 143 for 9.
Well, yes, 143 for 9, and I think Brandon Bodo is trying. He's pulling all his knowledge and trying to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible. So he brought back in his pace bowler, and I see he took his cap off. So maybe he is going to continue, or let's see. Yes, maybe he's see he's regulating traffic. He's trying to, so he may be the man who will continue his spell, or this? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I like the fact that Budu is going to continue. He has been obviously the chief destroyer for Trinidad and Tobago, and looking to pick up this final wicket. It's going on for a bit too long now,
Yes.
I'm sure, in their minds. And Moranci just quietly plays it out to long off for one. So he's happy now. He's trusting Durand to face up to Budu, which is good.
Yeah, because when you have a final last wicket stand, then each batsman must have the confidence in each other, and I believe he's allowing him to really to Durant to assert himself against the slower bowlers. And there we see Bodo, I mean, having the better of Durant, but the keeper went up. He asked some questions, but there was no answer from the umpire. Let's see what happens here now.
Yeah,
As-
well, Budu looks as though he's looking to hit that part of Durand. He's keeping it tight on the stumps. One thing, if you're a Trinidad and Tobago supporter, you'd be worried about, though, is what's happening to Christian Lal, whether or not he would be able to bat later on.
Oh yes, indeed, because we haven't heard anything if he's injured and the extent of his injury, what is happening to him, because we saw him, he came out wearing the gloves, and now there's a new man behind the wicket. So let's see, let's wait and see.
Loud appeal for leg before, and not out, says umpire Willoughby.
That was a close one, because Durant came forward and he came to play that big drive. He missed it, cannon into his pads, and I thought maybe we would have seen the finger going up, but the umpire kept his hand down.
Budu with the final delivery of the over. Ends well. Durand lives on. And that's the situation. A sorry story for the Windward Islands. 41 to Charles. And that's all really. And Theo Edward, he had 26. Edmund Moranci, well, he's on 27. And those are the three top scorers thus far for the Windward Islands.
Oh yes, indeed, and I mean the two openers, they really contributed. I mean Charles' innings came in two parts. He, as an opening batsman and as a lower batsman, a lower order batsman, because of his injury, and he did well. He struck 41 or 42 around there, and he did well. And so too was his skipper Edwards. He also contributed at the top. And you have Moranci now, Edmund Moranci, doing well as Racha comes into bowl to Moranci. And Moranci just pushes this one for a quick single.
Racha is one of the quicker bowlers, if not the quickest, in the tournament. I really like the look of Mikhaili Tong as well from Leeward Islands. He really fluent in his approach to the crease and his delivery stride, very fluent. And both him and Racha, to me, really stands out as two of the top pacers in this tournament. May not be in terms of success are still, but their skill set.
Yes, indeed. And I like I said before, I like Racha. I like how he approaches things. I mean, and he isn't afraid to use the short delivery. He isn't afraid. I mean, sometimes he may overuse it, or maybe he may put it a bit short. But the short delivery is there for one purpose. It is to make the batsman know I am around.
Adrian Racha, of course, would have represented St. Stephen's College, Princestown. Of course, in the secondary school cricket league, he would have transcended to Presentation College San Fernando after Form 3 or in Form 3. He would have played for them as well alongside Brendan Budu. And all of these guys on the national team would have played against each other, with each other, and they would know each other very well. And looking to slash hard there was Durand. The ball was there to be hit though. He missed out.
Oh yes, indeed. It was short outside the off stump, and I think Durant could have done better. He could have, if he had made contact, he could have done better and maybe play an excellent square cut and maybe add some more runs to his team's total. But he missed, and the ball went through to the wicketkeeper. But I think Racha is really trying hard. He's trying. Sometimes when you try too hard, you don't get the type of benefit you want.
Yeah, looking for extra pace. You can see him when he's landing. 2 runs taken there by Duran. A good-looking shot. And inching closer to 150 at one stage. It didn't even look as though they would have gotten up to 100.
Oh yes, indeed, because they were really moving at a snail's pace, and they were losing wickets. But with the impetus of Morancy and Charles in the lower order, they really steady things a little, and the total looking a little more decent than how it stood before.
Racha looking to prize out that wicket. Driving sweetly is Duran. So at the moment, Racha not offering any trouble for the batsman. At the end of 52, 147 for 9.
Well, seeing that Brandon, that the skipper, Bodo have given Racha 2 overs, and he doesn't seem to have maybe created the type of impact he wanted. I believe he may revert, go back to Aaron Bassan from that end. But let's see what happens here, because the skipper has the ball in his hands, and he is the one who has taken on the responsibility to maybe bring an end to this innings, as he looks around and regulates his field placing. Morancy is the man at top. Morancy is on 26, a well played 28 of 52 deliveries. He took his time about it, but that's how it is.
Driving, good fielding, chance for a run out, and direct hit would have had him there certainly.
Yes, excellent fielding indeed. I thought it would have gotten past the fieldsman, but he made an excellent dive, an excellent save, and almost brought out the run out. Had he hit a direct hit, it would have been curtains for Morancy as he was coming down to that end.
Field changes being made, just stocking up the offside just a bit more. So 2 fielders on the onside alone now. This one is hoisted over deep mid wicket, and the one bouncing to the boundary for 4. Duran getting into the action now. Oh, yes. 150 comes up still.
150 indeed, and at one stage, as you mentioned earlier on, that didn't seem to be possible. But let's look at how Durant brought up the 150 in style. Down here, he got to the pitch knowing that there was no fieldsman around down there. Even if he missed hit or he mistimed, he knew it was going to bring him runs. So he went for broke, and it paid off. So the score is now 152 for 9. At one stage, he didn't look that way, but it shows the fighting spirit of the Windward Islands batsmen. It shows that they have decided that they're going to go down fighting despite losing wickets, despite their uncertainty against the spinners, but they are fighting, and they're doing an excellent job of it.
Bodu, this may be frustrating him now still, not being able to pick up this final wicket and break this partnership.
Well, I think what Bodo has to do, he has to trust the process. He has to trust what brought him to this point, and he has to continue doing what he did before that brought about success. Just continue to plug away and make sure that you don't get too excited, and where you, the bowler and the fielding team, may make errors and allow the batsmen to really grow in confidence. And when you have that happening, then you could be under trouble. Because if we are just to tag on to the recent the second Test match against the West Indies, South Africa, they were 97 for 9, and the last pair pulled a 63-run partnership.
That's Dane Peter and Andre Berger.
Yes, so you find they pulled it to 163 for 9, and that really frustrated Brathwaite and the West Indies players. So I think what Brandon what Brandon Bodo has to do. He has to trust the process, continue to do what you knew brought you success to this far, and just continue doing it, and make sure that you don't panic, because the minute that the batsman realize that, they're going to gain that confidence, and they're going to be able to transfer that disadvantage that you have placed them under to their advantage.
Yeah, certainly. Sticking with Adrian Ratcher from the northern end, I'm not too sure what's your thoughts on that.
Well, I believe this could be Ratchet if he doesn't pick up the wicket, or according to if he doesn't go too well, this could be his final over.
Right up into the block hole there. That's a good Yorker from Adrian Ratcher at pace as well. And the sun has just cooled a bit over the National Cricket Centre.
Yes.
Luckily, though, we are not battling the sun heat. We are in the confines of the air condition.
Yes, I mean that is and that's a big plus to be in the confines of the air condition, because at one time it was steaming hot out there.
Looking to pull, and he's gone, is he? He is. The umpire raises the dreaded finger. Ratcher picks up the wicket, and what a way to finish. 152 for 9 Windward Islands. That's all they can muster after being asked to bat first. Trinidad and Tobago electing to bowl first after winning the toss. Buru would have called it right, and Buru would have also led the way for Trinidad and Tobago 6 for 36. Here's a look at the final wicket. Ratcher steaming in, and a loud appeal from him immediately. Moranci walked, the umpire raised the finger, and that was the end of the innings. Kudos to the entire Trinidad and Tobago team. Good performance with the ball in hand. Brendan Buru, you beauty. He would certainly be walking off with the ball in hand. For now, he has his shades in his hand, but he has the ball in the left as well. He'll be walking off. He'll be raising that cherry, and that cherry would be 53.2 overs old. I would assume that he would have it signed, the number of overs he would have bowled, the number of wickets he would have taken. And that's the man, Brendan Buru, the skipper of Trinidad and Tobago. And how good of a feeling that would be, leading your team off as the captain, and of course with a standout performance on the field as well, Astil.
Yes, indeed, and there's no better feeling that Brandon Bodo is going through at this time. No better feeling than walking out there with the ball in hand, having picked up 6 wickets, having led his team, and having bowled out the opposition for under 200 runs. Because I mean, when you insert the opposition into bat, then you need to bowl them out as cheaply as possible. 152 is quite a gettable total. It is quite good for the fielding team, and Bodo himself, he did a magnificent job. I think we thought at one time that the Windwards were not going to get to 152, but they have shown that tenacity, that fight, and they showed that they were not going to roll over and play dead. So they came up at 152, which is a good total, which is a pretty good total. After at one stage it was 74 for 4 just before lunch, and they lost two quick wickets after lunch. So it means that they were always on the back foot, but they managed to come up at 152 for their innings. And Bodo and his crew, I must say kudos to them. They did exceedingly well to restrict them, and the bowlers, the batsmen, the bowlers did exceedingly well for particularly the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, bowling his leg spins, and he did well. He picked up 6 wickets. It's a game. It's a game he will remember at this ground.
Yes, certainly, Astil. And on that note, we would like to say we'll be back in a short bit, in about 10 minutes' time, for Trinidad and Tobago's turn with the bat in hand. Until then, see you soon.
Okay. We see a good opening stand here between Ryan Yearwood and Darius Batusing. They have added 23 for the first wicket, and they're looking good against a pretty good bowling attack led by Tyler Venner and a fellow they call and his bowling partner, who has been doing a good job so far, Edmund Morassi, a big man indeed. Generated some pace, and I thought he kept it a bit tight. But right now we are looking at the action in the middle, and this is a nice hit here. Pick up and this is a wonderful catch up, but on the long leg fence here by Morassi. He was set there, and this one was picked up by Yearwood. So it's now, and he has shown he was very, very annoyed that he played an excellent shot. He picked it up well, but it ended up into the hands of Edmund Morassi. So Trinidad and Tobago, they made tea for 23 for 1, 25 for 1 off 6 overs. The man out is Yearwood. Ryan Yearwood. He's very annoyed with himself. That one was pitched on his legs. He picked it up well. He thought it had enough bat into it to clear
Well, good afternoon. It's action after the tea interval on day one. This round three clash between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands, of course, of the Cricket West Indies Under 17 Men's Championship. And a good contest thus far. Windward Islands, after being asked to bat first this morning by Brendan Boodoo and his men in red, white, and black, they would have amassed 152. And Trinidad and Tobago in their turn at the crease at the moment, 25 for 1. Alongside me, coming back into the commentary booth, Mr. Astil Wren. Good afternoon, Astil.
Well, good afternoon to you, Visham. Thanks again for having me at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. Nice to share your company. And we are looking at some keen and tight cricket indeed. Cricket that is absorbing display. Not too much of a stroke play, not too much of a spectacular catches, but you're seeing tight grouping cricket at Balmain at this time.
Yeah, definitely so. On the pitch, a good one, offering a bit for the batsmen, a bit for the bowlers as well. Most of the spinners, I would say, gripping and turning, getting some extra bounce, the spinners. At the moment, it's a senior 14 for the Windward Islands. He's going to take up the attack. He hasn't bowled thus far in the innings. And here he is to Batu Singh, Darius Batu Singh, just halting his run-up. Last minute field changes. Good start for Fontaine. And I think Windward Islands bowlers are still there. Want to take a page out of the books of Trinidad and Tobago's bowling, and they just want to settle.
Yes, indeed. At least they will need. They would like to emulate exactly what they saw while they were batting against the under 17 cricketers bowlers, and the Lincoln line will. That is Brendan Bodo and company there. The Lincoln line work very, 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 very good, and their direction were very good indeed.
Yes, certainly Bodo would have hit his straps early, and that would have proved to be very beneficial for him, as his spell would have went along, finishing with 6 wickets. And that was very commendable from him. Of course, we have to make mention the Pacers didn't start on the money early. So that's something, of course, the Windward Islands, they want to change around when they're bowling here now.
Well, it's true, and at least, well, the Windwards, they be looking to do the same as what their opponents did. I mean, keep things tight and have the ball move around a little, because the wicket is a good wicket to bat on, and like I said before, whatever you put in, you're going to get out of this wicket. But there's something there for these slower bowlers, and but the Windward so far, they have been using their faster bowlers. I don't want to say share pace, but they're faster bowlers to see what there is, and then they will go on if there is the slow bowlers in their lineup. But so far, we are seeing Fontaine. He's been doing a good job so far. Medium fast, and he's keeping a good line. He's coming up to the batsman, and he seems to be keeping a decent line of direction.
Yes, certainly. And something we have been speaking about, the quality of the surface that has been prepared for this match. You know, in recent times, of course, we know here at the National Cricket Centre, after this delivery, loud appeal for leg before. Umpire Willoughby nods in denial of that appeal of Fontaine. But yeah, in recent times, you know, we would have seen the track here at the National Cricket Centre deteriorating as the game progresses. And we're seeing something totally different here. In the last game with Guyana and Leewards, early on day one, we were seeing indentations being made by when the bowlers were running in on the track and where they were landing. Today, though, we haven't seen much of that at all, which tells me that this pitch is holding up. It's early days, but it's holding up.
Oh yes, it's early days in through, and this is the opening day of the 2-day game, and it looks a pretty good wicket, and I think the players of both teams, they seem to be rather comfortable playing on it. There isn't too much alarm. I mean, like balls are keeping low and maybe coming too high. It's a nice wicket for a cricket match to be on.
Much like the weather is spectacular today.
Mm.
The sun has been out in all its glory. It's a bit cool now, though. A couple of grey clouds building up on the eastern end of the ground, but nothing to worry about too much. I don't think it would affect us too much still, unless the weatherman in you speaks.
Well, at least the weather pattern these days, Visham, have been quite unpredictable. Sometimes we have brilliant sunshine in the morning, in the after lunch there's a dip, and sometimes coming down to after the 3-4 o'clock period there is a drizzle sometimes. But we are hoping, we are keeping our fingers crossed that we'll have a full display.
Yeah, certainly the players out there would hope for the same, and getting the opportunity to bat in the longer format. Yeah, I'm sure the players out there in the middle would love to not be affected by any rain or any other alarms that would cause a stoppage in play. 25 for the loss of 1. Batu Singh, he's in there on 7 of 23. Likes of Brendan Buru to come. Samir Sarup, Adian Racha, Christian Lal as well. Oh, this one climbing on Joseph Mendoza and hitting the glove of Mendoza. Luckily, it didn't go to hand. Tell you what, it's getting a bit dark here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva. Remember, it's women's CPL action coming up later in the day from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Nicely played there by Mendoza. Yes, Barbados Royals women coming up against Guyana Amazon Warriors women at 7 p.m. tonight. So women's CPL action gets underway. Barbados Royals women's team: Aliyah Alain, Chamari Atapatu, Naijani Cumberbatch, Afi Fletcher, Sherian Fraser, Shabika Gajnabi, Laura Harris, Chanel Henry, Trishan Holder, Janaba Joseph, Kiana Joseph, Haley Matthews, Georgia Redmayne, Amanda Jade Wellington, and Rashada Williams. Bit too straight there from Cody Grant, the new bowler that has made his way into the attack. And the Ghana Amazon Warriors unit squad: Erin Burns, Shameen Campbell, Shanetta Grimmond, Rialana Grimmond, Shabnam Ismail, Naya Lachman, Natasha McLean, Shmini Munisa, Karishma Ramharak, Kaisha Schultz, Shakira Selman, Stefani Taylor, Chloe Tryon, Kate Wilmot, and Lauren Winfield Hill. Those are the squads for the two teams participating in the first match of the Women's CPL, the Massey Women's CPL 2024. Tonight, Astil rejoins me.
Oh yes, Visham, I mean, saying that you were talking about women's CPL, so, and that starts tonight. That goes off tonight at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yep.
There's 3 teams in contention, but from what I've been seeing, and I went to the launch, and from what I've been seeing and hearing, the girls, the women are very, very keen, and the competition will be a fierce one.
Yes, certainly. Something to note, I've seen some really star-studded lineups Also, the Night Riders unit, Trinbago Night Riders, they have brought in some of the Indian players. Jemima Rodriguez. I saw Julan Goswami is working with the team as well. She's going to be, of course, the bowling coach of the team.
Oh yes, and I last night on television I saw
Shakira Salman.
yeah, Shakira Selman. She has she did her tour of duty for West Indies women team, but she's also involved in this tournament, and she seemed to be as fit as ever and ready to go. And she
Yep.
says she wants to contribute some things towards it. So as the players are forced off the field, Visham, there is the unpredictability of the weather pattern down in central area this time.
Yeah, definitely. So while we may have good news in terms of the women's CPL and be sprightly about it, a sad story here at the National Cricket Centre. I'm not too sure the rain is going to be long though.
Correct.
May
Yeah.
just be a short break, but you never know. Still,
Yeah.
never know this weather.
Yeah, we see the covers have been pulled on, and that is one side I don't like to see. Too much covers being pulled on, and players players leaving the field. But I will tell you something. I have an interview lined up, which is very short with the project officer, cricket development, CWI.
Isn't good old Mr. Junie Mitchum you speak about?
Junie Mitchum, that's a man. I mean, a former regional player, a quite good one too. So I mean, while the rain is falling, we can have him join us, and we all three can have a talk. Or you want to be in the conversation also?
But I'll have a listen.
All right, okay then. So you can bring him across, and we can talk to Junie. So, Junie, welcome to 360 broadcast, cricket commentary, and cricket coverage down at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. Well, I mean, many people will know you because you have been a player yourself. You understand cricket, you play cricket, and you understand the hardships. Right now, we are looking at one of the saddest views that one can look at is when you look at seeing the covers are coming on and the rain. And the rain is falling, and the players are running off the field. But Junior, you have represented the Windward Islands. Did you play for the Combined Islands also?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
Just for correction, that would have been the Leeward Islands.
Leeward Islands. Sorry about that. I always mix up this guy here. Yeah, the Leeward Islands team. I mean, you have been a good servant of West Indies cricket.
I'll take it if you say that. I played for Leeward Islands for a number of years, and I truly enjoy my time when I did play. I actually made my debut in 1995 under the captaincy of Richie Richardson in Dominica versus Windward Islands.
An excellent man, Richie Richardson, and your partner for the call, Mr. Your opening partner was, who was that guy again?
Stuart Williams.
Stuart Williams. I mean, we can't forget Stuart Williams, a good player, in my opinion. I mean, I thought he should have been given a longer run, but as we look at the weather, but this time, Mr. Mitchum, you in a different portfolio. You are the project officer of cricket development, and this is a development series. Tell us exactly what it took from you. I mean, to get this tournament together, to have the youngsters in the region play and develop themselves to at least attain if they are going on to senior West Indies team.
Well, as you rightly said, project officer at CWI basically coordinates the boys age group tournaments on the 15, on the 17, on the 19. So logistically, I would, have the task of putting all the necessary logistics in place to ensure that these tournaments are run to the standard of CWI. However, with that said, there are tremendous work to be put in place, but the support from the territorial board, especially the host boards, is very tremendous, and so they make the work a lot more easier with the support on the ground, ensuring that all the necessary logistics are put in place.
I know some territories are much more fortunate than some, but you have been able to really get this tournament going, get these boys in Trinidad, get this tournament on its feet and running. I mean, you must have had some sleepless nights at times.
Of course, at times, one of the most challenging aspect it is air travel. And as you'll be aware, traveling in the region right now since COVID has been a tremendous task. And so getting all 5 teams to Trinidad do take a bit of, well, it's basically a task. However, I must commend my colleague who is Alan Marsh, who is responsible for making all the necessary bookings to the different airlines. And so with his support and cooperation, it also helps.
I see. And I mean, but the tournament itself, I mean, you have been looking at the tournament itself. What is your take on the performances so far?
Watching the tournament thus far, there's a bit of disappointment with the level of batsmanship and skill level from the batters, especially with their being, well, this is most of them second year, so they will have played last year, had the opportunity to be playing this year. I think the pitches has been good. The weather, apart from now, permit good cricket, but it's just to see that, that greater skill level from the batters, to adapt to one pitch condition, game situations, and execute the necessary skill sets. What we've seen is that in today matches, we get outright wins, but not only outright wins, but outright wins with quite a bit of time left in the second day's play.
I see.
And so that in itself doesn't speak so well for the batters not occupying the crease as we would like them to.
I see. Because I mean, you touched on a very topic in which we all been battling with, because the senior team itself, they are not spending too much time at scoring big runs, and you pointed to that you like to see these youngsters coming onto their own and spending time at the crease and scoring more runs. You think that as you being a part of the whole development, what do you think of the areas in which can be concentrated on?
That's a good question. It's not no one thing. The different, there's quite a bit of like facets we gotta put in place to help the players. And so we have to look at the overall development, the areas that we think need strengthening, and really it starts from within the territories. The work they've been doing before they reach to this tournament. And once they get to the tournament, there's not much coaches can do in between the matches to rectify technical flaws, and so those things have to be done from the territories themselves.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, seeing that you are here for the tournament, have you been enjoying yourself so far? Have you been able to at least to see more of the country? I know you have been to Trinidad many times, but have you been able to see more of the country?
Unfortunately not, because from the hotel to the cricket field and back to the hotel. So if not off days, there's work to be done. So there's not that opportunity per se to explore and see what is like outside of the cricket facilities.
Okay, but I mean, bringing it back onto the field of play, have you seen any one or two or three players who at least have brought some joy to your heart, or make you smile at times and say, well,